I want to welcome everyone to Tuesday's hearings of the Mississippi Board of Nursing. We like to take a moment before we get started for some silence or word of prayer. I'm going to ask Mr. Jeremy Cummins if he would lead us this morning.
Let's pray. Dear God, we thank you this day. We thank you for all the blessings of life, and the blessing of allowing us to have another day of life. We ask you to forgive us where we failed you. We ask for your leadership and your guidance today. Pray for calm nerves and good decisions. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Thank you. We are ready to go on the record. I want to make just a few introductions and let you know a little bit about the board. We are a board made up of 13 members. There's 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician member, and 1 consumer member. Today, we are a 3-member panel of the board with one of the members here serving as alternate on each case. The alternate will not participate in the discussion or the deliberations or the decision when they're serving as alternates. So at this time, let me tell you who's up here. I'll start to my right, Ms. Carly Walker. She's an LPN member. She is fairly new to the board, and so she's here observing today and will not participate in the cases. Sandra Culpepper is an LPN member. Mr. Jeremy Cummins, LPN member. This is the Honorable Special Assistant Attorney General Edward Wiggins Jr. I'm Mary Stewart. I'm an RN member. Dr. Melissa King is an RN member. And Kristen Love is with the Attorney General's office, and she's observing with us today. We want to again welcome everyone here. If you're participating by WebEx, if you just make sure that you keep your mics muted unless you're asked to speak. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Wiggins.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I think the first matter before the board panel today, license number R877725, case number 2023-0182. April Grissom. We will proceed as follows today. We will have opening statements from both sides. We will hear both parties' cases. There will be time for questioning as well as cross-examination. At the conclusion of the presentation of both cases, we will have closing statements. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law, and will render its decision in this matter, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days. At this time, I'll ask that all witnesses be sworn.
Will you each raise your right hand, please, for swearing in? Ms. Grissom, yes. I just need Ms. Grissom and then our witness. Do you each solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Grissom, you're not represented by counsel today, is that correct? You understand you have the right to have counsel present? You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf? Do you further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board in your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony that you're ready to proceed with this matter today?
Sir.
Thank you. Ms. Salzman, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd request that exhibits B1 through B16 be entered into evidence today on behalf of the board. And Ms. Grissom and I have communicated, and on her behalf, I'm requesting that R1 through R11 be entered into evidence today as well.
Do you have any objection to these exhibits, Ms. Grissom?
No, sir.
Thank you. They are admitted. Anything further, Ms. Salzman, preliminarily? Okay, at this point, we will begin with opening statements. Since this is a show cause matter,
What is on?
okay, we have on our exhibit list that ends with R10. Is there an R11?
The extra,
You brought the copies
I
of
need to get it.
She brought copies of R11.
You want all the copies?
This is R11. I'll explain. Also, Your Honor, I noticed in the exhibit list, and Ms. Grissom has a copy of this as well. For exhibits B9, B10, B11, B12, and B13, and B14, it just has the exhibit sticker without it being marked. We've corrected it in the original copy. They are correctly listed on the exhibit list. And if you'd like to mark, B9 is page 57.
All right.
B10 is page 63.
Okay.
B11 is page 64.
Right.
B12 is page 65.
Okay.
B13 is page 67.
Right.
B14 is page 70. I apologize. We just saw that this morning, and as I said, it has been corrected in the record.
Everybody have those noted in their
Yes.
exhibits. Okay. Anything further, Ms. Austin?
I don't think so.
All right. Thank you. We will now begin with opening statements. Since this is a show cause matter, Ms. Salzman, we'll begin with you.
Thank you. We are here today on an MMVP show cause hearing against Mrs. Grissom for violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1F and Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D, as she has been non-compliant with the contract with the MVP program, and that constitutes unprofessional conduct. Specifically, on or about December 17th, 2019, Mrs. Grissom entered into the Mississippi Nurse Volunteer Program and signed a monitoring agreement wherein she agreed to certain conditions. The evidence today will show that she failed to comply with many of those conditions. Specifically, the evidence will show that she's violated several terms of the agreement, including number one, violation of monitoring agreement, C, abstention. Respondent tested positive on 3 drug screens and was prescribed a controlled substance without notifying MVP. Violation of monitoring agreement, D, medication usage. Respondent was prescribed a controlled substance without notifying MVP, receiving approval providing the required documentation. She also failed to inform MVP verbally within 24 hours and within writing within 5 days. And that she violated monitoring agreement section E, urine drug screen. She failed to check in to determine random drug screens on 15 occasions since entering the program. She's also had 3 invalid test results for diluted or out of range, and she's had 3 positive drug screens. And it's also alleged today that Mrs. Grissom violated monitoring agreement section I, quarterly self-report, that she's failed to timely provide quarterly self-reports, employee reports, sponsor reports, medication verification, and therapy reports since January of 2021.
Thank you, Ms. Salzman. Ms. Grissom, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
I've been a nurse almost 16 years this year. I've never done an opening statement before, but I had wrote a letter and to the Board of Nursing, and I'd like to read that if that's okay. I'm writing this letter to you regarding my case with the nurse recovery program and the pending charges that are against me from the Board of Nursing. I feel writing you this letter is the best way for me to get my full thoughts out with everything. This has been a lot to take in, and I have taken it very seriously and doing my best to hold it together. 9 years ago, I was facing a murder indictment that ruined my career, but I survived it. Now this. One thing about me is you will learn that I'm a fighter and I don't give up. Moving on now, 4.5 years ago, I went through a divorce that broke me to pieces and led me down a dark path and into the world of drugs, more specifically methamphetamine. It's not part of my life that I'm proud of, but it's part of my testimony. It caused me to lose my home, my job, my integrity, self-esteem, and caused a lot of shame and guilt. Upon losing my job in July of 2019, I self-reported to the board, put myself through rehab for 60 days inpatient and 90 days outpatient. I enrolled into the nurse voluntary program December of 2019. I'm not going to lie, the first year was rocky. Missed check-ins, a lot of paperwork. I relapsed February 1st of 2020. I've been clean since February 3rd, 2020. I've had a total of 1,181 check-ins as of 3/31/23. And to this date, I've missed 16 check-ins. The most recent was 2 Sundays ago. I slept in with a migraine one Sunday and thought I checked in early, like in that morning, like I have for years now. I didn't double check myself and I missed it. Prior to that, I had been 15 months of no missed check-ins at all. I was upset to have broken that streak. I have several reminders in my phone, but the missed check-ins were either from completely forgetting to double check myself, being busy with the kids on the weekends, and then there was a time or two that I thought I checked in and had a mishap with my phone and the app, it seems like. Out of the 1,181 check-ins, I've had 61 tests, for which 55 I've passed. 3 were dilute or out of range, and 3 were positive. Today, I'm also bringing a hair follicle test that I had done on my own time in the same place where I do all my drug screens to show my sobriety. All of this in 39 months of being in the program. I have been active in the Celebrate Recovery Ministry for my meetings for the last 2.5 years, where I've helped lead the ladies substance group and sing on the praise team. It's been a huge part of my recovery process and my meetings. Now, it's not been a perfect journey whatsoever. I'm a work in progress. I've started over with nothing and created a life today that I'm proud of for me and my 3 kids. I've worked very hard to rebuild my career, where I started part-time back at the jail in 2020, moved on to a clinic job to full-time to where now I had been offered a job promotion from my current home health job for director over local St. Luke office in Collins, Mississippi. This is currently on hold due to my leave of absence and pending the board's decision at this hearing. I truly hope there's a positive outcome. There's a lot of negative things that have been pointed out. I'm not going to lie, over the past couple of years, if I wanted an occasional glass of wine on the weekend with dinner or to celebrate a shower or a wedding with a glass of champagne, I have done that. I won't deny it. My previous therapist reported I drank on occasions, then painted a picture that I got mad because of her reporting that specific information. Granted, I wasn't thrilled that she would relay that to my case manager, but that was not what I was upset about. She had let out more personal information about sex, men, and relationships that I felt very betrayed over. We even discussed it over the phone because she called to tell me she had talked to Casey and what was said. Shannon Rady had been my therapist, my friend, and my confidant since 2014 with all the legal stuff going on. She was more than my therapist. She was a very dear and close friend. I was referred to another therapist and started seeing her in June of 2022. I have yet to this day talked to Shannon. She hurt me on a more personal level. The nursing board didn't need to know, in my opinion, about relationship status and struggles with men. I even called to talk to Casey about it after everything was said and done. So I just wanted to make it aware that I wasn't thrilled she told for an occasional drink, but that is not why I made the decision to change therapists. 8 years of consistent therapy is obviously not therapeutic once you get to a certain point. Change was healthy for me to move on. I had gastric sleeve surgery July 8th of 2022. I was strictly told that it was dangerous to consume any alcoholic beverages after surgery because the size of my stomach is decreased by 80%. I developed some GI issues and researched health food drink kombucha that has hundreds of probiotics and is a good source of digestive health. Around September, October, I started drinking these 2 to 3 times a week and noticed the benefits of using it along with an oral probiotic. It wasn't until I took a PETH test on January 6th of 2023 that I was made aware by Dr. Lubin when he called to report a positive alcohol test on January 12th, 2023. We discussed kombucha and he stated it would explain the positive low result on this test, but there was no way to prove it 100%, therefore it was a fail. Since that day, I've not drank another drop of that drink. The first test I failed for the first test I failed for alcohol was ZzzQuil for sleep. I promise you, if anyone is going to be made an example out of, it will be me. I learned lessons and not easy ones. For the ZzzQuil, I still had consequences and followed those orders, even though I had not done anything intentionally. Throughout the past 3 years, I've gone on fitness adventures where I had done the gallon of water a day and have had a time or two where I couldn't pee for a stranger and they made me chug water till I could use the bathroom, because once you try and you can't, you have 3 hours to go and they can't complete the test for the day. I have had 3 instances with diluted specimens, and each one of those times were around the times that I was in a fitness program, eating healthier and drinking more water. The screens are random, and if you're drinking a lot of water the day before, how do you know how to prepare for a random drug test? On 9/18/20, I was doing Beachbody. 5/12/21, I was in a boot camp, and 1/4/22, it was a new year with new goals and a new workout program yet again. Since surgery, I'm down 70 pounds and feel better than I've felt in years. Getting in a gallon of water is much harder now due to a smaller stomach, but I've been successful in getting healthier. One last thing I would like to address is in August of 2021, I had COVID and pneumonia and was off work for 3 weeks. I was really sick. The immediate care doctor prescribed Vertussin, which apparently I've come to realize has codeine in it. And I was not non-compliant for not reporting a controlled medication. And this is the only one that I've seen on the list that could be controlled. And I honestly didn't even think about reporting it. It wasn't my primary doctor, so it never occurred to me to report it. And for that, I apologize. I know you can see all of my pharmacy records, so I have nothing to hide. The other 2 medicines on the list, to my knowledge, aren't controlled, so I'm a bit confused. Sudafed is sold over the counter behind the pharmacy now, but I requested a cough med with it in when I had flu this past December, which now I've come to realize they're having to check your driver's license for the Sudafed, so I've come to realize that it's controlled. Gabapentin was given to me for torn partial rotator cuff in my right shoulder, and I decided I didn't want to continue taking it after 2 months and switched to methocarbamol muscle relaxer. I honestly wasn't hiding anything, and if I've forgotten to do something in the program, I tried to make sure to correct it immediately. I say all of this to explain my situation.
Let me stop you there. I think I'll make a note for the record that this document is marked as Exhibit R1, which is pages 83 through 85. Appears as though she has read all but the final paragraph. I'll ask the board to take note of that at the time of deliberation. At this time, thank you for your statement. Ms. Alter, you can begin with your argument.
The board calls Casey Loper. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Casey Loper, Rankin County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the board?
since January 2020.
And what position do you hold?
MMVP Program Manager,
Could you tell us what MMVP is the acronym for?
Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program.
And what exactly is the purpose of this program?
It is an alternative to discipline program for nurses that have substance use issues that wish to transition into recovery without having discipline on their license.
And what are your duties in this role?
I'm the program manager. I carry a caseload of about 21 participants. I help with program development, policy, outreach, trying to get the word out about the program and things of that nature.
If you would please turn to Exhibit B3, page 5. And identify that document, please.
It's a license verification,
And who is the license verification for?
April Grissom,
And what license type was she given?
registered nurse,
And what's the issue date?
July 5th, 2007.
And what's the current status of that license?
It is admin and active,
And what is her license number?
877725.
If you would turn to what has been marked as B5, page 8. And identify that document, please.
That is her notice of hearing.
Turning to the next page, could you identify that document?
That is the complaint.
And if you would, please tell us the basis of, or the two charges listed in the complaint against Mrs. Grissom.
She violated Mississippi Annotated Code 73-15-29-1F, in which she negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to the nurse practice or licensure, and that she violated Mississippi Annotated Code 73-15-29
1L.
1L, and that she engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules.
And if you would, please tell us what specific portions of the monitoring agreements alleged that she violated.
C of her monitoring agreement, which is related to abstention, D, which is related to medication use, E related to urine drug screens, and I as it relates to quarterly reports, quarterly self-reports.
If you would, please turn to Exhibit B5, page 12, and identify that document, please.
That is the order suspending her license.
And whose license is suspended here,
April Grissom,
and what was the date of that suspension?
March 2nd, 2023.
If you would, please turn to B5, page 15, and identify that document as well,
That's a notice of publication.
showing that she was noticed for today's hearing. Yes. And if you would, go back just a page or two to 13 and identify that document, please.
That is the return verification of a certified letter being sent.
So Mrs. Grissom was noticed both via publication and certified mail, is that correct?
Yes.
If you would please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B6, page 16, and identify that document, please.
That is the MMVP monitoring agreement.
For who?
April Grissom.
Did she sign this agreement?
She did.
And on what date did she sign the agreement?
December 17th, 2019.
And is execution of a monitoring agreement for the MNVP mandatory?
Yes. Well, it's voluntary for the participant, but it's mandatory to be in the program.
And in looking at this agreement, did Mrs. Grissom initial and sign every paragraph?
Yes.
You would please tell this board panel what the original basis was for Mrs. Grissom wanting to participate in MVP.
Ms. Grissom reported a positive drug screen following an incident at her job. There was a fall that occurred. She reported it to a supervisor. They called her back into the office. She initially refused the drug screen, but It looks like at some point she did the drug screen. She refused the drug screen, reporting she would fail for Xanax and marijuana. But when she did the drug screen, she failed for methamphetamines.
If you would, on page 16, under section C, what is this section?
Abstention.
And did Mrs. Grissom initial this section?
She did.
And if you would look at section D, what is this section?
Medication use.
And did she initial this section?
She did.
And if you would look at section E of this agreement on page 18. What is that section for?
Urine drug screens, checking in and things of that nature related to urine drug screens.
Did she initial this section?
She did.
And lastly, if you would look at section I on page 21, did she initial that section?
She did.
And when you accept someone into the MNDP, do you take time to go through the agreement? Tell me about that process.
So the agreement is reviewed with them in length. I did not do this agreement, so I can't say how in-depth that was, but my supervisor did do this agreement. My supervisor at the time did do this agreement with her and was typically very thorough in going through and making sure to address every part of that monitoring agreement, as well as issuing a handbook to that person.
Let's return to page 9. I believe you previously identified that as the complaint. On the second page, page 10, let's start with the first allegation in the complaint. Please read that.
That Ms. Grissom tested positive for methamphetamine on February 6, 2020.
If you would, please turn to page 39 and identify that document.
That is her drug screen from February 6, 2020, which shows the results were positive for methamphetamine.
And could you tell the board panel what portion of her MNDP agreement that violates?
That violates multiple parts of her monitoring agreement, including C, abstention, D, no, not D, sorry. It does include D, which does say that they're supposed to let us know about consumption within 24 hours. And I think that may be,
And if you would, turning back to page 10, on the second allegation, could you tell us what the second allegation in the complaint is against Mrs. Grissom?
that she provided a specimen on September 9th, and value out of range due to her low creatinine level.
If you would, please turn to page 67 and identify that document, please.
That was her letter of concern that was sent out to her to let her know of that value out of range or that dilute specimen. It also includes some helpful tips to avoid having that in the future.
And does this violate the monitoring agreement as well?
Yes.
And if you would, look at the third allegation on page 10 against Mrs. Grissom. What is that?
For a positive drug test for alcohol on January 12th, 2021.
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as page 58 and 59 and identify that document, please.
That is her drug test results from January 12th, 2021, which shows that it resulted positive for alcohol.
And does this violate her monitoring agreement?
Yes, it does.
And if you would, please turn back to, well, let me go here for a second. Turn to page 57. What is this document?
That is a letter of concern that was sent to her regarding her positive drug test.
And going back to the complaint on the fourth allegation, could you let the board panel know what that was?
That is regarding her value out of range for a low creatinine level on May 13th, 2021.
If you would, please turn to page 68 and identify that document.
That is a letter of concern sent to her regarding that low creatinine level and providing her tips to avoid that in the future.
And if you would, please go back to page 10 of the complaint on the 5th allegation and let us know what that is against Ms. Grissom.
A letter of concern issued on October 11th, 2021 for failing to check in 4 times in less than 6 months.
And if you would, please turn to page 63 and identify that document.
That is the letter of concern that was sent to her regarding those missed check-ins 4 times in less than 6 months.
And do missed check-ins violate the agreement, the monitoring agreement?
It does.
Going back again to page 10 to the 6th allegation listed there. Could you tell us what that is against Mrs. Grissom?
It is for a dilute sample on January the 6th, 2022, in which her creatinine level was extremely low.
If you would, please turn to page 69 and identify that document, please.
That is a letter of concern issued to her, which addressed the dilute sample and gave her tips to avoid that in the future.
And does this violate her monitoring agreement?
It does.
Please turn back to page 10 at this, please let us know what the 7th allegation that's listed against Mrs. Grissom is.
She has a letter of concern dated March 25th, 2022, resulting from her PMP reflecting multiple controlled substances that were not approved by MMVP or reported to MMVP.
And if you would, please turn to B11 and identify that document on page 64.
That is the letter of concern that was issued to Ms. Grissom, reflecting that we told her PMP and that she had medications on it that were not approved or provided the medication verification for, including controlled substances.
And if you would, let's go to the 8th allegation. Please read that to the board panel.
That we received a report identifying that the participant was consuming alcohol and had missed appointments on March 31st, 2021. The therapist's letter was dated May 26, 2022. And was that she was discontinuing therapy services due to reports that she was drinking and not keeping an appointment.
If you would, please turn to page 80 and identify that document as well.
That is a letter from Shannon Rainey, the therapist, for Ms. Grissom at the time, that identifies that she was no longer, April was no longer going to be on the caseload due to April being upset with her for reporting to MMVP.
And if you would, let's go back to page 10. Please read the 9th allegation against Mrs. Grissom.
She tested positive for alcohol on January the 6th, 2023, with a PEth test.
If you would, please turn to page 34 and identify that document.
That is her test result from January the 6th, 2023, which shows that she was positive on her PEth test with an MRO confirmation.
Does that violate her monitoring agreement?
It does.
And if you would, please turn back to page 10 and read the 10th allegation in the complaint against Mrs. Grissom.
That she received 2 controlled substances prescriptions that were not reported to or approved by MMVP.
And if you would, please turn to exhibit B16, page 81, and identify that document, please.
That was her PMP that was pulled on January 18th, 2023, that reflects any controlled substances that she received.
And what are the controlled substances listed on this PMP?
She has 2 prescriptions for a controlled cough suppressant in in December and October. She has several for gabapentin. And then she has another version of a cough suppressant that's a control.
Did she request prior approval from the program before she was filled these prescriptions?
MMVP received no documentation of these prescriptions in order to let her know that they were not approved for her to take.
Is that in violation of her monitoring agreement?
It is.
Please turn back to page 10 on the last allegation against Mrs. Grissom, and please read that to us.
that she failed to check in on 15 occasions since entering the program, up until January 18th, 2023.
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as MSMBN 26, sorry, and identify that document, please.
That is a compliance report that was run in the Spectrum system to show a summary of her logins, test results, selections and things.
And so in the middle portion of this page that begins 12/24/2019 and ends 12/6/2021, what does that represent?
That represents the missed check-ins that she had.
And lastly, could you tell the board panel when the last time you received quarterly reports?
I believe, I know her last self-report was October of last year. I couldn't say with confidence on the other reports.
Is it fair to say that you communicated with Ms. Grissom regularly?
I did.
And you voiced concerns and issued letters of concerns over the time in this program?
I did.
And it's her violation of the terms of the MMVP monitoring agreement grounds for disciplinary action.
It is.
And in her monitoring agreement, was Mrs. Grissom made aware that could be subject to disciplinary actions for failure to comply?
Yes, she was made aware in her monitoring agreement and in her letters of concern.
No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Salton. Ms. Grissom, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, sir.
Any questions for this witness from the board panel?
Ms. Loper, when did you start working with Ms. Grissom?
It was shortly after I started that she became part of my caseload. So probably, I can't say with certainty, but probably around February of 2020.
Thank you. That's
Anything further from the panel for this witness? Any follow-up, Ms. Salton? Do you have anything for this witness, Ms. Grissom?
I was a little confused about the reports and all that, because I send in my stuff like every 3 months, and I sent in January, I sent in all my reports and everything. Like, I have all the paperwork at home. So I'm confused as to why you didn't get that, but that's the only thing that because I'm tedious about getting everything turned in, and I send everything in early to my doctors and therapists and everything. So that one caught me off guard. I'll double check when I go home about everything.
Is there any further testimony anticipated from this witness?
No, Your Honor.
She may be excused. Ms. Grissom, this is your opportunity to share with the board your side in this matter. You may begin.
I'm sorry, my letter was a little long earlier. I didn't realize how long it was whenever I started, and I didn't get to finish it. Trying to figure out where I should put the rest of it in there. Preparing for this was really hard. I mean, nursing's my livelihood. It's my passion. It's my God-given calling, is what I feel like. When I entered the program, I took it really seriously. I know I've had some mishaps, and I take responsibility for those, some beyond my control, and then some that I have tried to make right, like with the missed check-ins. well, to this date, I mean, and I just missed one a couple of weeks ago on complete accident. There's no excuse for why I miss a check-in. Sometimes I just forget. I've got like 10 reminders on my phone so that throughout the day, like I can remind myself to double check myself. So there's really no excuse. I can't give you an intentional reason why I missed a check-in. I've taken a lot of tests. I take full responsibility for the first failed one because I relapsed. And at the I don't know what exhibit it is, but I brought a hair follicle test. That's exhibit, I think it was R10 or 11.
R10.
R10, okay. That's R10. I had it done on the 31st by Quest, and I just brought that just to show y'all that I'm clean. I haven't done anything since that relapse back in February, and I just wanted to bring that to share with y'all. The diluted specimens were, what I did is I looked back at what I was doing at the time of the out of value or the dilute. And I gained a lot of weight when you get sober. I gained like 60 pounds and done everything that I could to try to lose the weight. And I would get on these fitness kicks and drink a bunch of water. And that's the only, that's the only thing that I could think about with a diluted specimen, because they told me what not to do. And then I didn't ever prepare. So I don't know. I just drank a lot of water. I've worked really hard over the last couple of years for my career. I was cleaning houses when I couldn't work as a nurse. And then I went to the jail part-time 2 days a week and would still clean. And then I got a full-time position at the Simrai Clinic in Hattiesburg. And then from there, with all of this was being approved with the MVP program, and had their support so that I could just move back up in the career chain. And I got this job with St. Luke back in January of 2022. And it's been an absolute wonderful job. I truly enjoy it. And today I don't know if y'all want me to read them or if just tell you what exhibit they are, but I've got some letters of recommendation from 2 of my bosses, and I brought those today. Would you like me to read it, or do y'all want to just?
What are their names?
The first one's R8, Willie Faye Buchanan. The second one is R11, Miss Stephanie Bunch.
I don't have those exhibits. Don't need to read them.
Okay. The biggest part of my recovery is Celebrate Recovery. I joined a local church and got really involved with them. It's been my saving grace. God's done a lot in my life over the last couple of years, over the last 10 years. So I brought another letter from my pastor, just sharing my involvement with the church and what I've done over the last couple of years. So that is exhibit R3.
So R3 is your pastor.
It's my pastor, my recovery pastor,
So R8 and R11 were coworkers.
my bosses. The one is the VP and one is my immediate supervisor.
You can continue, Deb.
Okay. I did change therapists, and in my letter, I just explained, the reason being I had the same therapist since all the legal stuff happened in 2014, and I saw her for like 8 years. And, we had, when I was cleaning houses, I cleaned for her and her mom, and we had just become good friends, and she was always very supportive of life and decisions and all. And I wasn't happy with her for sharing that I drank an occasional glass of wine. But she shared more personal stuff from our sessions that I just felt betrayed over, because that's struggles that I've dealt with, but I don't want the world to know, about those struggles, and I felt really betrayed. And so I was referred to Shannon Love at Crossroads Christian Therapy Counseling, and I brought a letter from her, Exhibit R4, and started seeing her in June of 2022. I brought another letter from my sponsor. She wasn't able to get up here with me today, so she wrote a letter for me. She's been my sponsor for almost 2 years.
What's her name?
Terry Gardner, Exhibit R5. When I worked at the second job after going back to nursing, I worked with a girl that I became good friends with at that job, and we worked together for a while. She wrote a letter on my behalf. Exhibit R2, Heather Ford. She's been a nurse for over 20 years.
You can continue.
At the end, I just brought, after failing this test in January, I started researching kombucha more. And I just brought a document R9. It's just about kombucha, and it talks about the alcohol content that I never thought about being in there, because it's fermented tea and fermented fruits. And I learned a lot in this article reading it, and I just wanted to share that with y'all. It talks about the benefits for intestinal health and the reason why I was drinking the drink. And you can get it at health food stores and like Corner Market.
Anything further, Ms. Grissom?
I want to read the last part of the letter, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
I say all of this to explain my situation in advance. Nursing isn't only a job to me. It's my calling that the Lord placed on my heart some 23 years ago when my mom died in my arms of a heart attack and I did CPR on her trying to save her. I became a nurse to try and keep others from experiencing that pain and heartache I did losing my mom at 15 years old. It's been quite the journey, and I feel like the devil has been at me for years trying to bring destruction in my path, but I've not given up on it. I love more than anything to love and care for my patients and treat them with the best care that I know to provide. I cherish my job and my career. Though I've had my share of struggles, I've remained faithful to my career and done the best that I can do with what I've had going on. It would absolutely devastate me to have it taken away. I've never done anything intentionally wrong against my license or my patients. I love my job and career too much to jeopardize that. I've worked hard to get to where I am today. Nursing's all I know. It's all I want to know and do. My future goal is in the next 2 years to go back to school to get my BSN and NP school to specialize in psychiatric nurse practitioner and then work with people in addiction and recovery. My ultimate goal is to have my own practice and a safe place for others to come get help. Nursing means the world to me. I will do what it takes to stay a nurse. Please allow me to continue doing my calling and have the opportunity to further my education and continue helping others move past their struggles too. It's my request and plea that you'll continue to allow me to finish out my contract with the nurse voluntary program so that I can complete what I started 3 years ago and continue moving forward in my process.
All right, thank you, Ms. Grissom. Anything further you want to share with the board panel at this time?
Not that I can think of at this time.
Ms. Salzman will likely have some questions for you. After that, members of this panel may have some questions for you. So at this time, we'll start with Ms. Salzman.
Ms. Grissom, could you tell the board panel your educational background?
Can I tell them?
Could you just explain your educational background?
After high school, I went to Jones County Junior College. I did 2 years of prereqs and then I did the ADN program at Jones,
What years were you there?
2003 to 2007.
And when were you first licensed as an RN in Mississippi?
I think it was June of 2007.
You've been licensed in any other states other than Mississippi?
Florida and Louisiana.
Prior to the allegations that we're here on today, have you had any other disciplinary actions before this board?
The event in 2014, when I had that indictment, my license was temporarily suspended pending the verdict at the trial.
And you entered the MNDP agreement in 2019, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your drug of choice when you entered the program?
Methamphetamine.
When did you start taking methamphetamine?
October of 2018.
So you had taken it approximately a year, a little over a year prior to entering the program?
On and off. Yes, ma'am.
What was your drug of choice before meth?
Drug of choice before meth. I didn't have one.
So you didn't have any addiction issues prior to October of 2018?
I had issues in my 20s when I was younger. But I had never gotten treatment for it or ever gone to rehab or anything. But I didn't have like a specific thing that I did.
So when you said you had issues in your 20s when you were younger, what were those issues?
Just drinking a lot.
Alcohol abuse?
Yeah, the alcohol abuse.
Any other drugs?
No.
So you never had marijuana?
Yeah, I had smoked marijuana, but it doesn't flag my mind.
When's the last time you smoked marijuana?
Around the summer of 2019.
So you use the marijuana in the same time frame that you were using meth?
Yes, ma'am.
So you said that you had issues when you were younger, in your twenties. What happened? Did you stop using narcotics after your twenties? Take me through the timeline. What was your drug of choice in 2007?
2007.
Mhm.
I didn't have a drug of choice in 2007.
When's the first time you ingested an illegal narcotic?
Ingested, I was 12.
So this has been an ongoing issue.
Mhm.
In your statement, you readily admitted to consuming alcohol while you were in the program. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also admitted to taking at least prescribed controlled substances, those that we talked about that were on your MNP, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you entered into the agreement, did you understand that you had to abstain from alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that you had to abstain from controlled substances unless you had permission from the program first?
Yes, ma'am.
So could you tell me today what your reason is for not complying with your agreement?
With the controlled medications, I just honestly just didn't think about it. I was really sick in August when I had COVID and the flu, and the immediate care doctor gave me some medicine, and I might have taken it a day or two and just put it up, and I just didn't honestly think about reporting it. Negligence on my part.
What medications are you currently on?
Abilify, propranolol, lithium, and a little bit of Seroquel for sleep. And then some medicine for my stomach, but I don't take it every day. And ibuprofen and the methocarbamol for muscle relaxer. But I just don't take those every day.
And other than the reports that you mentioned, the quarterly reports, all of the other allegations, the other 11 allegations in the complaint, do you admit those today?
Other than the what?
Other than the reports, you voiced some concerns about the reports, but the other 11 allegations that we discussed that are listed in your complaint, do you admit to those violations today?
Can I read back over them?
Sure, they're on page 10.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Any questions from the board panel for Ms. Grissom?
Ms. Grissom, I don't have a lot, but I do have a few. So have you had any issues with your employment related to substance abuse and your ability to perform your job, meaning any reprimands?
No,
any
no,
dismissals?
ma'am. Well, I did lose my job back in July of 2019 for that failed drug test. That's what saved my life.
So there was no reprimand for the 2016 issue,
For the what?
for the previous issue that you were here.
With the legal stuff. I resigned. I was working home health at that time, and I just resigned from that job. I didn't want to pull them into the public with me working. I mean, it was all over the news, so I just resigned.
Have you attended any AA meetings?
I do AA and Celebrate Recovery.
Okay. So the other question I think is really important for us is, if seen fit by this board, are you willing to take, as you said, full responsibility for your actions? in regards to MNBP and being non-compliant, meaning if we choose to put you under a board order with its stipulations and probation, is that a responsibility you're willing to take?
Absolutely.
So you said you had a position that was waiting on you, waiting on our ruling. Can you explain to us what position that is and what your responsibilities would be?
Well, it's kind of been talked about, but the director of it's not the DOM, but it's just the director over the home health office and a case management role. I would just be over the nurses and the office staff, and it would be my first job in management, so there would be a lot of training and stuff that I would have to do. But that's
Is there any patient care related to that role?
not direct patient care.
You just have to have your RN license in order to have,
Yes, ma'am, I would have to.
and then, what's your sobriety date?
February 3rd of 2020.
And what step are you working right now?
I am always working all 12 steps. I work with, I guess, step 12, working with others. Sharing experience, strength and people as I can, but I do a lot with the substance group at recovery at church. And then we do outreach, and then we have a ladies study that meets on Monday nights at 6.
And I think the last question I have is for Florida and Louisiana. Do you still maintain those licenses?
I don't, with Louisiana, it was a job offer that I ended up changing my mind and coming back to Mississippi. And with Florida, I just let it lapse. I got pregnant and got married, and I wasn't going back to Florida anytime soon. So I just let it lapse.
So there's no discipline?
Oh, no, no,
No
ma'am.
discipline on either one of
No,
those
ma'am.
licenses. I think that's all I got.
Think anything further from the panel?
And Ms. Grissom, thanks for being here and telling us your story. I have just a couple of questions. You're seeing a counselor now? Is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct? How is that going? So how often do you see the counselor?
With all of this going on, I've been seeing her a little bit more often, about every other week to every 3 weeks, at least once a month. I've seen her once to twice a month, I would say consistently over the last 4 months.
Okay. So does she monitor the medications that you're on, or do you see someone else for that?
Psychiatric doctor.
Okay, and can you tell us a little bit more about why you're taking the medications that you're taking?
Yes, ma'am. When all the legal stuff happened in 2014, I started seeing Shannon, and I had been treated for anxiety and depression my whole life. I had a rough childhood. My mom died when I was 15. My dad died when I was 23. So I've had a lot of loss. God's been on my side through it all, but sometimes it's, I guess, taking some medication makes you feel better. So I've been treated for anxiety and depression over the years, on and off, consistently since 2014. I started seeing Shannon, and she just said she noticed a pattern of just highs and lows. So I went like a month later and saw a psychiatric nurse practitioner, and they diagnosed me bipolar type 2. And I've been on medication ever since. I got pregnant with twins during the hearing, and that hormones kind of threw me off. So we had to like change medicines and stuff. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to give you too much personal information. But with everything going on, it's been kind of hard to find the balance of medicine that works. And then my doctor that I'd seen for like 4 years, January of 2022, decided to up and move to Florida without telling anybody. So I've just recently, back since December, gotten a wonderful doctor. She's video because she's out of Texas, but she's a doctor that used to be in Hattiesburg. And I was real familiar with her, and she takes like an hour of time to do a visit with me. And we're just working this. I've been on Abilify for a long time. It's a mood stabilizer, but it just makes me feel better.
We don't have any documentation from her, do we?
She does the medication verification reports.
But in terms of a letter of support.
I didn't get one from her. I can get one though.
And you said your sobriety date, I know you've answered this 3 times, was February of 2020, but you've had alcohol since then, is that correct?
Yeah, it's been a long time, but I don't have a specific date. I know before I had my surgery, we celebrated with like a big meal because I wasn't gonna be able to eat much, and I had a glass of wine, but that was like June of 2022. I don't have a specific date.
So do you perceive that you have any substance misuse with alcohol?
I have in the past. And I'm currently treating it like I have an issue for the rest of my life, to just abstain from any mind altering substance.
All right, thank you. I don't have any.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Ms. Osmond?
No, Your Honor.
And Ms. Grissom, you will have an opportunity for a closing statement. Do you have anything further you'd like to share with the panel at this time?
I've shared a lot. I feel like I've overshared. I just want the opportunity to continue working and practicing and moving forward and learning from mistakes, not making the same mistake over again. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And I don't want to live in that lifestyle anymore. It's been a rough couple of years, but I feel like I'm moving forward, and I want to keep moving forward. I've got 3 kids to support, and I just love nursing, and I just want to continue being able to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Grissom. Ms. Osmond, we can begin with your closing statement.
Ms. Grissom entered into the MNVP in December of 2019. Upon entering this program, she agreed to certain conditions. Today, the evidence has shown that she readily admits that she's failed to comply with numerous conditions in that agreement. The program has worked with Mrs. Grissom in the last 3 years in an attempt to assist her in meeting the terms of this agreement. Unfortunately, she's not been willing to comply with the agreement she signed, and she's now before this board for violation of Mississippi Code Annotated 73-15-29-1F, in that she has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure, and has additionally violated 73-15-29-1L, as any noncompliance with the contract or unsuccessful termination from the program is unprofessional conduct and is in violation of the rules and laws regarding the practice of nursing, and may be used to support further disciplinary actions pursuant to Mississippi Code, Administrative Code, Part 2826, Rule 1.8F. She doesn't hide from this. In fact, she admits to the occasional alcoholic beverage. The evidence today has clearly and convincingly shown that she's been given every opportunity, including at least 5 letters of concern, possible to be in compliance with the agreement that she entered into in December of 2019. Unfortunately, her non-compliance is an ongoing issue, and we would request the board take disciplinary action as is allowed pursuant to 73-15-29-2. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Grissom, if you have a closing statement, you can make it this time.
As I'm writing you this minute, I'm writing you with no knowledge of how today will have gone or what to expect. So what I'm about to say is coming from my heart in a place of humility. Today, sitting in this room with you all is the hardest thing I've had to do in quite some time. 7 years ago, I was facing a jury. Today, I'm facing you all. I have been through some crazy things in my lifetime that the average person will never endure. My faith in the Lord has brought me through them all. From loss to betrayal to addiction to my recovery, the Lord has been there and not left my side. He's here today with me as I sit here. This year makes 16 years I've been a registered nurse. The passion of this career fulfills my innermost desires, and without it, all that I've worked for and towards and fought for would be in vain. I love being a nurse and helping others heal, learn, and get better. I've worked all facets of nursing from the clinic to ICU, home health, and hospice. I love it all. ICU was my home for almost 10 years. It was my first love. Hospice is my second love, and loving on families and patients in their most vulnerable state. Today has not been easy to hear everything. My journey the last 3 years has not been perfect. I have my faults, and for those, I'm sorry. Today, more than anything, I would love and be honored to complete the MVP program with you. I have made mistakes, but it's kept me grounded and accountable. Casey has been honest and supportive the best way she could have been, and I appreciate her. I ask for another chance to get it right and complete the remaining time I have left with the MVP program, if at all possible. I pray that I'll be given another chance to continue doing the right thing and learning from my mistakes. That is my prayer in my life right now, to continue being a nurse, working on my continued sobriety. I have and will continue to work my program and do all the right things to the best of my ability. Today alone has made me stronger and opened my eyes even wider. I appreciate your time and appreciate the ability to stand before you and tell you my story.
Thank you, Ms. Grissom. We actually have a few other matters that we're going to hear this morning. So at this time, I ask you to just have a seat in the gallery. Is the next matter ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, it's the restoration for Sarah Jackson Womack.
Okay, is she present?
I believe she is. Yes.
All right. We'll get started at 10:05 on that matter.
Womack now? Yes. Yes, I'm ready.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We are back on the record. The next matter before the hearing panel, license number P 326-168, case number 2023-0163. Sarah Womack.
Sarah Jackson.
Okay, Sarah Jackson. Okay. Okay, we will proceed as follows. We will have opening statements. We will hear the cases from both sides. We will allow for questioning as well as cross-examination. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we will allow for closing statements. The board will make findings of fact and conclusion of law. A copy of the order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of the conclusion of these proceedings. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn.
Will you raise your hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I will announce that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Ms. Jackson, you're not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
That's correct.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel? You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
You further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf. Your testimony today, you're ready to move forward with this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Salzman, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. I would move that we admit into evidence Board Exhibits B1 through B7. B7 is the restoration application that Mrs. Jackson submitted.
All right, thank you. Do you have any objection to these exhibits, Ms. Jackson?
No, sir.
And thank you, they are admitted. Since this is a restoration, we will begin with you, Ms. Jackson.
Yes, sir.
If you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
I really just want to say thank y'all for letting me come up here for the opportunity just to even speak to you. I know I made some mistakes in the past. I hate that those mistakes were made. But it got me to where I am today. And I realized looking back through all this that I didn't know who I was. And now I'm a much better person. Nursing was such a passion to me. I hate that I made the mistakes that I did. I love the opportunity to go back to it. And again, I just want to say thank y'all for letting me come up here.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jackson. Ms. Salzman?
Today, Mrs. Jackson is asking this board panel to restore her license to practice nursing in the state, and the burden of proof is upon Mrs. Jackson to show any and all evidence as to why restoration of her license or privilege should be restored. She was first licensed in the state as an LPN in May of 2011. In April of 2015, a hearing was held related to her license. She did not appear at the hearing, but did enter a statement. On May 28, 2015, a final order was entered revoking her license. Specifically, the revocation was a result of Mrs. Jackson pulling medications and either not administering them or keeping portions of the medication she should have wasted while she was employed at Golding Living Center in Ripley, Mississippi. The medications she took at that time included morphine, Percocet, Lortab, Xanax, and Oxycontin. Mrs. Jackson has now filed an application seeking restoration of her license. When considering this request for restoration, I would ask the board panel to carefully consider the following factors found in Rule 1.2D6. I would ask they consider the severity of the action that resulted in the revocation of her license, her conduct prior to surrender of the license, her compliance with restoration requirements, whether she's in violation of any applicable statute, board order, or rule, to look at her rehabilitative efforts, to consider her competency to practice nursing, and lastly, to consider her ability to safely practice nursing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Salzman. Ms. Jackson, you can now share with the board why your nursing privileges should be restored.
I think that I started this program a year ago. I got all my requirements and I've been going to meetings 3 times a week. I have not failed a single drug test since I've been doing this for the last year. Sponsor and even coming back up for this hearing, I'm going back to do a self inventory just to get myself together. I didn't know a lot about myself and it just blows my mind at the person that I was when I started all this, but I love nursing. I love caring for people. I have sat there when patients have taken their last breath and no one's there. And I have been there for people that seem like I work at a daycare now and they're like, I feel like nursing home are just like daycares, like little kids. And I love the people that I met. I love the care that I was able to give. I got in a marriage that was very toxic. And even though it was, and a lot of decisions were made in it, I own up for every decision that I made in that because I am my own person. Nobody forced me to do anything and I made those decisions. I care about other people and want to be able to shine my light to them and help them in any way.
Okay, Ms. Jackson, at this time, we're going to allow Ms. Salzman to ask you some questions. Possible members of the board panel may have some questions for you as well.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Salzman, you can begin.
Please state your educational background.
I went to Ripley High School and then I went to Northeast Mississippi Community College where I did my prerequisites and then later entered the LPN program and graduated
What year did you graduate from the LPN program?
2010, December.
Have you ever held any other licenses, nursing licenses in other states?
No, ma'am.
After your license, please tell us where you worked in chronological order.
After graduation.
After you graduated with your.
Okay. I went to Marshall County Correctional Facility where I was a nurse. I then worked at Pleasant Hill Nursing Home on Raymond Road in Jackson. And then I worked at Graceland Nursing Home in New Albany and then Golden Living Center in Greenville, Ripley, Mississippi.
And why are you here today in front of the board?
Because the charges that I caught, I think it was like 9 years ago. And I'm here to just ask for a second chance and show you that I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get my license back.
Do you know the date of your final board order?
I'm not.
I told you it was in May, it was May 28th, 2015. Does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you admit today that you were chemically dependent
Yes,
in
ma'am.
that time frame?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say that you've had addiction issues?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
What in 2015 was your drug of choice?
Crystal meth.
When did you start using crystal meth?
I tried a little bit of it when I was 18, 19, right out of high school, stopped. And then when I got with my first husband, I hit the ground running with it.
So you tried meth when you were 18 or 19, and then when did you start taking or smoking meth after that?
I would have to say 10 years ago, it's about 2012, 2013, somewhere around there. I'm sorry.
Can I ask the witness to please speak up?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you began using meth in about 2012 or 13, what did you use before meth?
I would smoke marijuana sometimes.
Do you have a sobriety date?
The day I entered into the mission, I believe it's in 2015.
It's in 2015?
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Sobriety date?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a hard date or just the year?
No, ma'am, just a year. I'm really bad with dates.
Time of year?
Around like fall. So October, September, October.
And when we talk about your sobriety date, is that just your sobriety from meth?
No, from everything.
Including alcohol?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And what did the board previously do with your license?
Revoked it.
And that was in 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the board why you've waited 7 years to request restoration of your license?
I had made a phone call, I want to say about 3 years into it, and was told I needed to finish probation first. So I finished my probation, and then I acquired I found out that I could still get a restoration. So then I requested it and have been working the restoration process for the since October of 2021.
You mentioned that you work at a daycare. What daycare do you work at currently?
The Weekday Learning Center in Gluckstadt.
How long had you been diverting at Golden Circle Living Center before you were caught?
It was about a month.
What were you taking?
Pain medication.
And how were you doing that?
I was either like something that had to be wasted, I wouldn't waste it. Or like if somebody had 2 of something, I would put like a Tylenol with it and they would take it.
Do you understand that if you took their pain medicine and substituted it for something else, that you were harming those residents?
At the time, I didn't think that, but I definitely see that now. Yes, ma'am.
What treatment have you received since 2015?
I went to a Christian rehab in Arkansas and did 9 months there. Since then, I've been going to meetings, talking to a sponsor, and maintaining my sobriety and keeping my relationship with God really close.
So you've been consistently going to meetings since 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
You missed any months during that time?
No, ma'am.
Have you had any relapses since the fall of 2015?
No, ma'am.
You mentioned that you sometimes took wasted medications. What medications were you taking while you were at Golden Circle?
Personally,
Yes.
I wasn't taking any. I was taking them for my husband.
You were
At the
taking them for
time.
your husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let me go back.
Yes, ma'am.
So in 2015, when your license was revoked, you were working at Golden Circle Living Center, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe the allegations were that you were taking morphine, Percocet, Lortab, Xanax, and Oxycontin according to your final order. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're now telling this board panel that you were not addicted to these substances and you were not taking these,
Not the pills. No, ma'am.
that you took these for your spouse at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you smoking crystal meth in 2015?
No, ma'am. Oh, when I went into the rehab, yes, ma'am, I was. I'm sorry.
When did you go into rehab?
2015.
Wait, what month?
I can tell you. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, so it was October. I'm sorry. It was October of 2014.
So in October of 2014, you went into.
That's my
treatment?
sobriety date. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Bad with dates. I'm sorry.
When were you terminated from Golden?
In May of 2014.
And what was your drug of choice in May of 2014?
After I caught those charges and everything, I was smoking weed and started doing meth.
So in May of 2014, while you're working at Golden Living, you were smoking meth.
No, I was not doing any drugs when I was there. I started it after I left there.
So you were terminated in May of 2014 for diverting narcotics for your spouse?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you started smoking meth.
Right.
Let's go back
Yes, ma'am.
to the timeline. When did you first smoke meth again? 2012?
When I was 18, so it would have been 2006, 2007, around that time.
So you've been smoking meth on and off at least until when? From 2006?
On and off with I had like a couple years sobriety, but then I was doing it up until the day I went to rehab in October 2014.
Just so we're clear.
Yes,
for
ma'am.
the record, it's your assertion today that none of the medications you were diverting at this facility were for you.
Correct.
They were for your spouse.
Yes, ma'am.
How long has it been since you drank alcohol?
I couldn't tell you last time because I'm not really a drinker at all.
Do you attend AA or NA meetings?
AA,
How often?
3 times a week.
And you said you had a sponsor, is that correct?
I do. Yes, ma'am.
How long has that individual been your sponsor?
She's been my sponsor for 3 years now.
Do you have a support group outside of the sponsor?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's that?
I have people in the program and people out of the program.
Is it family, church? Who is it?
I do have family, church, people. I have people at work. And then the women in the AA program that I've met.
Are you currently in any kind of counseling?
No, ma'am.
Are you currently on any type of medication?
Yes, ma'am. I take gabapentin and meloxicam daily.
I saw on your application that you left blank community service. Have you done any community service since 2015?
Work with my church, but I couldn't come up with the exact date, so I didn't want to put it on there without an exact date.
And I saw that you were also charged criminally for your diversion. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So in November of 16, you entered in a non-adjudication agreement where you admitted to 2 counts of obtaining a controlled substance by fraud in exchange for that non-adjudicated sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were placed on probation for how long
About 3.5 years.
for each count?
Yes, ma'am.
And you successfully complete your probation?
Yes, ma'am, with no violations.
And there's an order in your packet showing that you completed it in November of 19, correct?
Yes, ma'am. My fine is completely paid. And the charges are supposed to be off my record now.
So you've had your criminal charges and probation's been completed since November of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And are those the only criminal charges you've ever had against you? Any other arrests?
No, ma'am.
What continuing education classes have you taken since 2015?
I took a COVID communications, addiction and hospice and palliative care classes.
Are there any other classes that you've taken?
No, ma'am.
So you've not practiced nursing since 2014, is that correct?
That is correct.
Almost 9 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And your criminal matter has been completed since November of 19, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So why did you wait another 3 years, 3.5 years to request restoration?
Because I didn't honestly think I could get it back. And then when I found out that it was still a possibility, I immediately requested the packet.
Are you concerned, since it's been 9 years, about your ability to practice nursing? Since it's been 9 years since you practiced? I do think.
I've gotten the med surge book for the LPN program now that I've been reading, just because I wanted to touch on it. Because of course, if you haven't done something in 9 years, you would need a refresh of what you're doing. And with the COVID precautions changing, I wanted to read up on that. I learned about that refresh course at Hines, and I would definitely want to take that before jumping back in it, just to be assured that I know what I'm doing.
So when did you graduate from LPN school?
2010, December.
You practiced nursing for 4 years and now you've been out for 9 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel you're competent to practice nursing?
Yes, ma'am.
And if your license is restored, do you feel that your sobriety will be affected?
No, ma'am. Not at all. I look back at everything I have, and now I have a 4-year-old daughter that mimics everything I do. And that is something I don't want for her at all.
And I think you said this, but if the board restores your license, are you agreeable and willing to complete any courses that they require?
Oh, yes, ma'am, for sure.
I have no further questions.
Any questions from the panel for Ms. Jackson?
Sorry, so
No, you're-
had to get a peppermint. My sinuses are going this morning, so. What assurances, because it has been 9 years since you practiced, a lot has changed. What assurances can you give us that you're gonna maintain your sobriety? What have you learned or done that will help you maintain going back into the clinical setting?
Through all of this, I've learned who I am. I said that at the beginning, just because when I was thinking back on what I would say here today, I look back at the girl 10 years ago, 9 years ago, and she had no self-love. She didn't know who she was. I couldn't believe how green I was in life, period. Who I am today is a much stronger willed person and willing to literally do anything I'm asked to do to get this done. I have a passion for this. I've prayed about this, and I know this is what I'm supposed to do.
Also, what coping skills have you specifically learned to help you stay on your path of sobriety? What things are you doing to maintain your sobriety?
Now I go on daily walks with my little girl, and when I get mad or frustrated, I've gotten to where I work out because I've lost like 60 pounds. No extreme diets, nothing like that, just working out and putting the work in it, where used to I'd stay in my head with it. I also get in my Bible, and I've learned to call someone and talk to them when something's going wrong instead of in my head, because I can make a situation 100 times crazy. But if I talk to someone else who's more grounded and not in the situation, I know that I can get a better response from that.
And the one thing I did notice was your therapeutic services. You ended those and haven't been getting frequent therapy based on your history. Do you think it's important to go back and revisit that?
When I did my assessment for this today, the lady said some of the instances, like some of the stuff I've been through, she thought, at first she said that she thought I was coping very well, but then she said, even though some of the stuff I've gone through, it wouldn't hurt for me to talk about. So I definitely am not opposed to it at all. like talking to somebody if I need to, for sure.
Or chooses to restore your license, are you willing to take a refresher course and any stipulations we have along with that?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Anything you want me to do.
Thank you.
If you go, how often are you going to AA meetings?
3 times a day. I mean, 3 times a week. Sorry.
And you plan to continue that?
Yes, sir.
I assume you keep a calendar of that.
Yes, sir. For sure. Yes, sir.
You have a sponsor that's been with you for
3 years.
3 years. That's someone that'll stay by your side.
Oh, yes. And call me out in a heartbeat.
So I want to go back to this. You said that you have not had any relapse since 2015. Before.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes, ma'am.
So, thank you for coming and talking with us. Just have a couple of questions. You said you have a 4-year-old.
Yes, ma'am.
So, do you have, who lives in the home with you?
It's my husband and my 4-year-old.
Okay, so, your husband, does he have any, history of drug use, abuse? any
No,
drug
ma'am.
use, abuse?
He's drank a couple of times, but not like all the time. No, ma'am.
Okay. So, what does, how do you see that he would be supportive or unsupportive of your sobriety?
Super supportive, super supportive. He's gone to meetings with me when I go get my chip. My little girl calls them my colorful quarters. Like she likes to put them in her piggy bank. That's our big thing every 30 days, you know. The meeting I go to actually now at Fireside, they went and ordered, because I get so excited about the colorful coins. They've gone and ordered one for each individual month when usually you'd only get one for 6 and 12, just because we get so excited about it. And I thought that was really awesome that they did that for us. So
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
thank you.
Anything further from the panel? Follow up, Ms. Austin.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Jackson, anything further you'd like to share with the panel? Now you will have an opportunity for a closing statement. Okay, at this time, we'll begin with our closing statements. Ms. Jackson.
I want to again thank y'all for letting me come here. And just reassure that y'all that I am willing to do whatever it takes to get my nursing license back. To me, every step that I've taken so far has helped me more than I could ever imagine, even just on a daily getting through life on life's terms. I know I made a lot of mistakes in the past and I own up for every one of them. And I hate that they were made. I wish that I could have learned life lessons a little different. But again, like I said, I wouldn't change it just because I wouldn't have my little girl and I wouldn't be the person I am today. And I actually like the person I am today. And again, just thank y'all.
All right, thank you. Ms. Austin.
Again, Mrs. Jackson's here seeking restoration of her license. I would again respectfully request the panel consider the factors set forth in Rule 1.12D6A through G when making its decision related to her license. Thank you.
I think that's all we have for that matter. Are we ready for the next?
Yes, it's,
Ms. Jackson, you can have a seat in the gallery. We'll hear this matter.
it will be Mrs. Porter. And her name is now Tyrion. It's THERRIEN. The H is silent, Tyrion.
Porter Tyrion. that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Number
I'm pretty sure.
Number R 906-133. Case number 2022-0727. 2021-1010. Morgan Porter Perrion.
Yes, sir.
How you spell your last name?
THERRIEN.
All right, thank you. We will proceed as follows. We will have opening statements, hear arguments from both sides. We will allow for questions to include cross-examination. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we'll have closing statements. The board panel will make findings of fact and conclusions of law. At this time, I'll ask that our witnesses be sworn.
Please raise your right hand, please. Do you each solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ms. Terry, and you're not represented by counsel today, is that correct? You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel? You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
And is your testimony, you're ready to proceed with this matter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I will note that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Are there any preliminary matters, council?
Yeah, Your Honor, we'd like to introduce in the evidence B1 through B38 and R1 through R3. R1 through R3 was provided by Ms. Darren. I believe they've been passed up to the board. Did y'all get those?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. Ms. Tyrion, do you have any objection to these exhibits? These exhibits are admitted.
Oh, Your Honor, we also like to, I believe they contain patient names and information. We could just seal the exhibits for HIPAA violations.
So noted for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, counsel?
I'm sorry, I had my thyroid removed and my vocal cords have been messed up. So-
Okay, we will at this time begin with opening statements. Mr. Walker, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're here today because Ms. Theron has repeatedly falsified documentation. Ms. Theron admitted in her statements that she falsified visits. In addition to multiple questionable home visits with problematic signatures, Ms. Theron admitted on 2 separate occasions at 2 separate facilities to signing patients' names and documenting vitals she did not take. Her actions suggest a pattern of behavior that go beyond actions to close out visits to satisfy patients. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L states that the board has the authority to take disciplinary action on the license of a licensee who has engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules. Title 30 of Mississippi Admin Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2E4 defines unprofessional conduct as failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner by making false entries in patient records. Ms. Theron's actions also violate Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G, which also state is a violation to falsify entries on records. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Porter as it sees fit.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Tyrion, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
Okay. I didn't know I wouldn't be able to bring my phone in, so everything was in my notes, but I'm gonna do my best. I have wanted to be a nurse for as far as I can remember. People ask you, you know, in kindergarten or in elementary school, what do you want to be when you grow up? And my answer was always, I always wanted to be a nurse. I never had a backup plan. I never had a second option that I wanted to do. That's just something that I always wanted to do. And that stems from a young age. When I was 1, my dad passed away, and my mom was young. They had me when they were young. So my grandmother ended up raising me for the most part. My mom was active in my life, and she did what she could. She was young. She went to school, put herself through school, beauty school, and we lived with my grandmother until she saved up enough money to get us our own place. My grandmother was actually a nurse, but she didn't get to work as long as she wanted to. She ended up having to retire due to disabilities. She was a terrible diabetic. She was overweight. I can't remember what year it was, but she ended up falling on a back porch one night and hurting her back. And she ended up having to have back surgery. The day that she walked in to have her back surgery, she didn't walk back out. She never walked after that. So from that moment on, she went to St. Dominic's to rehab and came home. And I was her caretaker. I mean, I was a teenager, but I was her caretaker until she passed away. I don't know. I don't know if my depression, anxiety that I deal with today, I don't know if it stems from all of that. I like to say that it doesn't. I mean, was I upset when she passed? Yes. Do I still miss her? Yes. But looking back, I guess it could have started then. Since then, when she passed away, I was a freshman in high school. Since then, the only constant person that I had in my life was my mom. When COVID hit, my mom, I was working at a med assist during COVID. I actually started there, and then not long after, I think COVID had already started, but it wasn't as bad as it got. Like it was just beginning. When I started there, that's when COVID started. I went in and took care of COVID patients. We would try to limit one nurse to the COVID patients if possible. So we didn't cross-contaminate or take it to somebody else that was vulnerable. I worked a year before I ended up getting COVID, and then passed it around to pretty much everybody in my family, my mom, my husband, my newborn. We all got it. We all recovered from it pretty well, except for my mom. And she had to go into the hospital, and we almost lost her. My grandfather did pass away from it, but we almost lost my mom then. Since then, during the whole situation, I'm the oldest of 4 kids. So I was the one that was always, I had the backbone, and I always tried to be the strongest for all of them. Starting then, after all of that happened, she went home and she was better. I started dealing with depression, anxiety a lot. I would say a lot more than I did like in my teens. Not long after that, I ended up, I got pregnant again, and it triggered Graves' disease. Went through a thyroid storm, and that's how I was diagnosed. That had a huge effect on everything as well. I had my thyroid taken out. I felt better. I felt like myself again. When I
Terry, and let me stop you there. You'll have an opportunity to kind of go through your side in this matter. I just wanted to allow you an opportunity for an opening if you wanted to make one. So what we're gonna do now is have Mr. Walker begin with his first witness.
Okay.
We'll have an opportunity to ask that witness some questions.
Okay.
Along with this panel, will have the same opportunity. So then we'll allow you an opportunity to kind of run through everything you want to share with the board in this matter, okay? Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's call Ms. Tawanda Jones. Ms. Tawanda, will you please state your name, county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
My name is Tawanda Jones. I've been employed with the Mississippi Board of Nursing for 6 years, and I live in Rankin County.
And what is it that you do for the board?
I'm an investigator for the board.
And you said you've been doing that for 6 years?
Yes,
And during that time, have you participated in investigations resulting in discipline and licenses of nurses?
I have.
Will you please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B2? Tell the board what that document is.
Exhibit B2 is a licensure document printout for licensure.
And whose name is on that document?
The name on the document is Morgan Ford.
And when did it say she was first licensed in Mississippi?
She was first licensed in Mississippi in April the 12th, 2017.
What was she licensed as?
She was licensed as a registered nurse.
Would you please turn to page MSBN 8 and ID that document for us, please?
That document is a complaint.
And can you tell the board what the charges are against Ms. Theranos today?
Charge 1 is the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G, and that the respondent has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential records and/or. Count 2, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L, and that the respondent engaged in a unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, and namely 30 Mississippi Administrative Code 2820R 1.2E4, failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner making false entries in a patient's record.
Are there any facts in that complaint that support those charges?
There are facts.
Can you kind of sum those up for the board?
Okay, on about October the 18th, the respondent made false entries in a medical record for that particular patient. And also on August 8th of 2022, at a different facility, the respondent made false entries into a record.
If you would go to page 13. Can you tell the board what this document is?
This is a document, an email regarding the respondent and a patient.
And according to that document, why did a patient call the facility?
The patient called the facility, indicated that she wanted to know when her nurse was coming to make a visit.
And does it talk about a potential falsification?
It does.
And who does it say that was by?
The falsification was by the respondent.
Let's go over to page 15. Can you tell us what that document is as well?
Page 15 is another email regarding the respondent.
And what's it about? You say it was involved.
It does. It talks about a patient calling in to indicate that she was not seen, and it refers to as yesterday, but the email is dated October 19th. So yesterday would have been October the 18th.
Okay. So according to the patient was at home on the date of this alleged visit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what you take a look at the subject of the email, without reading that name, the patient name, can you tell us what the subject of that email is titled?
The subject of the email is the patient's name and then oh.
Has that ever been a good sign when you're an investigator to see the email be uh-oh?
I've never seen that as a subject line.
Okay, the email mentioned a forged signature. Will you go over to page 17? Can you tell us what's on that page too?
Page 17 is the ending page of a skilled nursing visit where the signatures are supposed to be put for the visit.
So these signatures are dated. Does it have a date on that signature?
It does. The first date is 10/12/21. The second date is October 18th, 2021.
And you established that the date of the question was the 18th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it? So what, on that top picture is 10/12/2021. Is there a signature on that?
There are
Top
two
picture.
signatures on there. One is the signature of a nurse and the other is the signature of the patient.
Does the signature for the patient look like the signature of the top patient on the bottom picture? Comparing those two pictures to the other signatures of the patient similar?
Comparing the signature with the October 12th, 2021 and the October 18th, 2021, the signatures of the patient, they do not look like.
And remind the board which one of those signatures is alleged to have the forgery.
That would be the signature dated October 18th, 2021.
And there's one more signature, I believe it's dated 9/17/2021. I think it's maybe on the next page. Does it look similar to any of those either?
Signature on 9/17/2021 looks very similar to the signature on the note for 10/12/2021.
Thank you. All right, let's go over to MSBN 25, and you tell the board what this document is, if you can.
That document is a handwritten statement from the respondent.
And can you tell us what her claims are in that statement? What she claims to have done?
The first part of the sentence, the first part of her statement, she's saying that she went to that patient's house, knocked on the door. The patient told her that she was prepping for a colonoscopy and that she did not want the visit. On the first part.
Okay, what does she say? Does she talk about signing the patient's name at all later in her?
Yes, towards the end of the sentence, she goes on to talk about going back to her car after waiting a couple of minutes. She decided to close the visit out and she signed her name and she also signed the patient's name.
Can we go back to page 19 for us, please? This is the continued email chain about the investigation. During your investigation, did you review this email?
I did.
And can you tell us why the patient claims that Ms. Theron did not see the patient on that day at all on the 18th?
Can you repeat that?
So she claimed before that she had saw the patient knocked on the door in her statement. What is said in this email chain here? Why did the patient say that she didn't see her at all?
Okay, in this email chain, the patient is saying that she was not even home on October 18th, which was the date that the skilled nursing visit was signed.
Why did say, where did she say she was at, the patient?
The patient was on a trip in Meridian with her Sunday school class for a luncheon from 10 until 3 o'clock p.m.
Okay, so let's go over to page 20 for just a minute. What does that email say about the time that the visit was for the patient?
Okay, in the email that's dated 10/20/21, it indicates that once they did some discovery from the facility, they noticed that the nursing note shows a time frame between 1 and 1:50 p.m.
And the patient said she was gone from 10 to 3, is that correct?
That is correct.
Flip over to page 66. You tell the board what this document is?
The document on page 66 is a skilled nursing visit note.
And just to verify the email time with the time on that report, what time does that report show the length of the time for that visit was?
1:20 p.m. is when I see the vital signs document.
That correlates with the other time.
In the email, yes.
Okay, going back to page 20, I know, I'm sorry, it's much. What does the email say about what Ms. Theron did for the 30 minutes she was in her car? Or is it the 30 minutes of what she accounted for?
The 30 minutes that were accounted for, she was in her car. She went and got gas and she sat in her car.
Does the email reference any other complaints that patients didn't see Ms. Theron that day?
Yeah, there were two other patients that said that they did not see, well, one for the 18th and one for that day. And then there was another patient for another day that said that she did not see.
And did she chart that she saw those patients as well?
She did.
So those dates that they didn't see them, what were the dates you said that the patient said she did not see them?
October the 18th and October the 19th.
So back-to-back days, essentially.
Yes,
So this would be, she charted visits right after she admitted to not seeing or forging a signature, is that correct?
correct.
Okay, going over to page 24. Was the facility able to substantiate the allegation for the falsified visit?
Yes, the in-house investigation from the facility, it says that the allegation was substantiated.
So let's go all the way over to page 122. Are you familiar with what this document is?
I am. This is a report for a second facility.
And what does the report say happened on August 8th, 2022?
On August 8th, 2022, another patient indicated that it says that a visit occurred on August 8th, 2022, and there were other patients that saying that she did not see them as well.
What did does it say anything about why they were concerned about this visit? It's not happening. During the phone call they had.
During the phone call, when they were talking to the respondent, they could hear children in the background and also the time frame that the visit was documented.
Did one of the patients claim to be out of town at the time of the alleged visit?
Yes, there was a patient that was in Jackson, Mississippi for another physician's appointment.
So neither of the patients said they had seen Ms. Theron that day. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay, so what happened on the following day of August the 9th?
On August the 9th, the patient called the office and asked if anyone was coming for the visit. When they pulled the schedule, they saw that it had already been completed by the respondent.
Okay, so let's go back to page 117. Can you identify what this document is for the board?
This document is a report that was conducted by Humana regarding the allegation that was reported to them.
And who is the RN that's listed on that report?
The respondent,
And what's the date of that report?
the date of the report is, excuse me, is August 15th, 2022.
And on the next page, on 118, in that first paragraph, Ms. Theron is asked about some documentation using her tablet.
That's correct.
What does she say about who is required to sign the tablet once the case is completed?
She reported during the in-house investigation that the report should be signed by the nurse and the patient when the skilled visit is complete.
How does she say that she is required to choose when she closes out a visit?
When you close out a visit, you can either click on completed or incomplete.
When did she say that she would click incomplete?
Incomplete was clicked when she was waiting on a plan of care for the patient.
Did she say anything when she was asked about obtaining a patient's signature 45 minutes later?
No, she didn't.
Okay, so in the next paragraph there on 118, what does Ms. Theron state happened at her visit on 8/8 to the patient's house?
She indicated that she went to the patient's home on August 8th, 2022. She knocked on the door. No one answered. She went back to her car and sat for a while. She added that like her written statements, she should have requested a RN 66.
Did she say what an RN 66 is?
She did. An RN 66 is where you discharge without a visit.
So did she give an explanation as to why she logged the vitals?
No.
No. Did she admit to not seeing the patient that day?
She did.
And she admitted to signing the patient's name as well?
She did.
This paragraph runs over to page 19. Can you kind of sum up the claims? Well, I say that. Can you sum up the discussion in this paragraph?
The last paragraph.
Yes, ma'am, that one runs over on 119.
In this paragraph, it's another patient indicating that on 8/9/2022, that the respondent did not see her. But then the respondent is saying she called the patient from her car, waited on her to come to the door, and she mentioned something about the patient having dogs and having to come and get her. And then she says she performed the visit as usual.
So does this sound familiar to any previous incidents with Ms. Theron?
Yes.
And going down to the next paragraph, can you kind of sum that up as well, please?
Okay, this is another patient that was on her schedule for August 8th, 2022. And he indicated that he did not see the nurse, the respondent.
Okay, so the investigator in that report also asked Ms. Theron about a Medicare billing. Was she aware that the billing for Medicare services that weren't rendered was a crime?
Based on this report, when they questioned her regarding the marking an X for the service being completed, And she said that she did not know that it was a crime and she didn't understand.
Let's flip over to 121. All right, in the third paragraph, what is it reported that Ms. Theron admitted to?
Okay, the third paragraph, the respondent admitted that she did not see the patient on August 8th, and she input the vital signs and she signed the patient's signature.
Does she say why she logged the vital signs?
No.
Okay, in the last paragraph before that root cause analysis, what does it say about the allegations of falsification?
It says a home health agency associate, the respondent submitted and recertified a claim for the home health service when she did not see the patient or conduct the assessment. This is a crime for filing a false claim.
If you would, turn to 124, please. And tell us what that document is.
124 is a statement written by the respondent.
In that first paragraph, she talks about a patient, it's titled a patient's name. What does she claim happened with the first patient?
Okay, she arrived at the patient's home, called her, and she came to the door to get me. She has to get me out of the door due to the dogs. But she performed the visit, discussed adding therapies for her. She didn't want them, and she finished the visit, and she told us she would return next week.
And this was one of the patients that reported not seeing Ms. Theron, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the signatures were also reportedly different on that one as well.
That's correct.
And what does it say about the second patient?
The second patient visit on this statement, it says that she arrived at the patient's home, knocked on the door, no one answered. She went back to her car and sat, and it says, I should have requested RN 66, but I did not.
And what was RN 66 again?
RN 66 is a code that you put if you're going to discharge without making a visit.
During your investigation of Ms. Theron, have you discovered or noticed any pattern with her actions in the facility she's been at?
I had.
What would you say that pattern is?
The pattern that I noticed was that she falsified visits for several patients, and she also signed the signature, and she included vital signs on those days that she did not make those visits to the patients.
Thank you. I have no further questions, John.
Ms. Tyrion, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, about when they were talking about doing the interview, they asked, it says in here that they asked, was I aware that, what I did was wrong and that I falsified documentations, and it says that I didn't answer, and she asked me again and I didn't answer. I answered, I said, yes, I was aware that what I did was wrong, and I admitted to the Wanda Ray. I admitted to the patient or admitted to them that that was the patient that I didn't see and the patient that I signed for, and that I knew that it was wrong and that I shouldn't have done it. And I admitted that.
Okay, did you have a question for this witness? Any questions from the panel for this witness? Any follow-up, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
That's one question. Go back. I'm sorry. How many, Kate, how many incidences? Is that 4? Is that what the total 4 is? That
And there were 2 different facilities.
2 different facilities, 2 different years.
Right. Did I understand you did your last part of that second question with 2 different years, correct? Yes.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Any further anticipated testimony from this witness?
No, Your Honor.
May be excused. Ms. Tyrion, this is your opportunity to share with the board panel what your position on this matter. You may proceed.
On the first patient, Mary Pace. That patient was not my patient, that I usually seen. It wasn't the area that I usually covered. The nurse, that was documented in these emails, Alice McKenzie, that was her normal nurse. And the reason why I was going to see her that day is because, she had called in sick. I went and I seen that patient and the only,
Sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
but moving forward, please refrain from using patient names.
okay,
You can proceed.
do you just want me to use initials or?
Uh,
Or you can say patient.
probably just patient will be sufficient. And if there is a document that,
Since there's different ones, I didn't know how I would distinguish them.
well, I was gonna say, if you're referring to patients that are on documents, you can just refer to the exhibit,
Okay,
patient on exhibit.
okay. But regarding, still on that same patient, the only thing that I falsified, or the only thing that I did not do correctly was go sign out of the visit before the 30 minutes was up and just let her sign it before the 30 minutes was up, instead of letting her sign it. So a billable visit for home health is 30, like it has to be 30 minutes long. You have to be in the patient's house for 30 minutes. If it's not 30 minutes, then the company loses money and they're not able to bill for that. So they don't get reimbursed for that visit. So I should have let her sign when the 30 minutes was up. Instead, I didn't. I signed her name on the tablet. Now there was an EDN form that you have to sign for discharge and everything. It's not in here, but she has to sign that. As far as the on the same patient, let's see if I can find it in here. There is a exhibit in here that has, I believe so when you do home health, it's different for each home health agency, but specifically for Amedisys, they had a binder that would, when we admitted the patient, we would take the binder to the patient's house and leave it in the patient's house. And that would have like all of the education stuff, like if they had COPD, we had specific education for that, like a booklet we would leave there. There's also a place where you can sign in for visits. And I didn't log stuff that visit, but this wasn't the first time that I'd seen this patient. I'd seen this patient for her nurse a time before. And I didn't log the vital signs and stuff in that book in the patient's home. To be completely honest, there's more times that I didn't log stuff in the book in the patient's home for the patient's records than times that I did. Not that I did that intentionally, I would just forget to write down stuff in the patient's home in the book. As far as exhibit B24, the first patient, that statement up there, I've seen her several different times. In home health, you usually have an LPN and an RN, and the RN does admission visits, research visits, discharge visits, and like supervisory visits. And the two different kinds of supervisory visits are for the LPN. There's one with the LPN and one without the LPN. Now, this one, I don't remember exactly what kind of visit it was, but this specific patient, like I said, you had to, every time you came to her house, she was always there unless she had a doctor's appointment, because she didn't have a license and she didn't drive anywhere. But every time you came there, she lived with her cousins, I think, and they had dogs outside. So that's why I put in here that I specifically have to call her when I get there for her to come to the door, to make sure that the dogs that are outside don't try to attack while I walk to the door. On that same exhibit, the second patient, that is the second patient that I didn't do right by, and I didn't do what I should have done. she was going to be recerted. And she didn't really need to be recerted by nursing. She needed to be recerted by therapy. But they had said that they wanted to keep her on services because she was going to have a knee replacement or a hip replacement coming up before long. I should have done the right thing and protected myself and got them to put a discharge down for me, instead of falsifying the documentation that I did. B22, let's see. It says both patients, the first patient and the second patient. I've already talked about the second patient. That first patient, that was my second time seeing him. He got nursing. They put a consult in for nursing or order to consult nursing to come out and see him after therapy had already been seeing him for weeks. And this was a patient that didn't specifically want but one nurse. And that one nurse didn't cover that area. She covered the south part. The patient was in the area that I covered at this home health agency. So I had to go see him, but that was my second time to go and see him. He lived with his wife, and neither one of them were in any shape to be caring for themselves. But anyways, they didn't have a family that cared for him either. But like I said, I don't know how to prove that I seen that patient by saying, other than saying that I seen that patient. As far as signatures, like I said, I did admit to signing, or I did tell y'all that I signed that tablet for the only one that we have the multiple signatures for, that patient. On the exhibit. It's the only patient that has the comparison of signatures. And that is why it looks different, because I did sign her name on that one. Let's see. Trying to think if there's anything else. I think that's all I can think of right now.
Okay, Ms. Tyrion, Mr. Walker may have some questions for you, and we'll follow up those with any questions that the board panel may have. Mr. Walker, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record.
Morgan Porter Terrian. I live in Decatur, Mississippi, and I currently work at Oshner Rush Health in Meridian.
Where are you currently employed? I'm sorry, Mr. Dagan.
Oshner Rush in Meridian.
And can you tell the board your educational background, where you attended school and what years?
I graduated from Enterprise High School in 2012. The 2 years following that, I went to East Central Community College, where I played softball and just got my basics. And then after those 2 years, I went straight to MCC. The first semester that I was there, I finished up taking basics, and then I followed with nursing school at MCC.
What year did you graduate nursing school?
2016, I believe, December of 2016.
So prior to the allegations made against you today for falsification, have you had any disciplinary action brought before this board?
No.
What about any other jurisdiction?
No.
So the day in October when you falsified the visit in 2021, October of 2021, you kind of gave some explanation about it, but the patient claims to have been eating with her Sunday school for several hours. How do you explain you logging a visit and her saying she wasn't there?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how I can prove that I did that other than, I mean, we have the GPSs on our tablets that show that I was at her house and when I went to her house, what time I was at her house. And then if they track the GPS, it'll also show that it follows my statement where I said I left her house and drove down to the gas station. The gas station. That was about a mile or so down the road from her house.
But you understand the fact that you admitted to forging her signature makes it look like there was no visit at all.
And like I said, I should have just signed out of it after I completed my visit with her face to face instead of harping on it being 30 minutes for the company to be able to build it.
Well, there were also, that wasn't the only one though. There were also 2 other patients the very next day that said they didn't see you either and called and done a complaint. Correct.
Correct.
So you don't have an explanation as for theirs either, why they would call and say that?
No, other than the male, he has memory issues as well as the first patient, but I don't know why they would call and say that I didn't, or call and ask when I was coming.
So the first patient that reports being in Meridian eating with her Sunday school, she had memory issues.
I don't know about her. The other 2, the ones on from exhibit, B24, the first patient, as well as the male patient, the only male patient that we referred to in here.
But you also had in the following year, so the reason it's hard to kind of fathom that you actually saw is because the following year you had the same thing. You admitted to falsifying a visit. And then right around the same day or the next day, there were more patients that said they didn't see you. They had memory issues as well.
The only 2 people that had memory issues were the male and then the first patient on exhibit B24.
So these other patients that
The one that I admitted to doing wrong and not seeing them, the second patient on B24, I admitted to not seeing them. She didn't have any memory issues that I know of, but I don't see how that would matter because I admitted that I did wrong. And I didn't see her that day. In the first patient, I don't know enough about her to be able to say if she had memory issues or not because I wasn't her nurse. I was just doing the discharge visit for her.
for the first patient.
For the first patient, yes, sir. The patient with the metastasis.
So you can't think of any reason why she would say she didn't see you that day.
Other than I'm not the nurse that usually sees, and when she called, I don't know if she asked when her nurse was coming to see her. I don't know. That wasn't directed to me how she brought it about. I don't know if she said, when is somebody coming to see me? When is my nurse coming to see me? I don't know how that was brought about.
But you understand why I'm asking, right?
No, I do. I understand.
Have you falsified any other visits that we haven't asked you about today?
No,
What about any documentation that you falsified other than we've asked about today?
no.
You said earlier that you waited in the car for 30 minutes because it wasn't billable until that point. So were you told by the company to make sure you make it 30 minutes?
So they tell us, like, when we had, like, at each company, so the first company, Amedisys, each company will explain to you that it has to last 30 minutes. But the first company that I worked for, more so, you would, they would call you out like in the middle of meetings and stuff, about visits not being 30 minutes, because regardless of what the reasoning was, because the nurse would get paid for the visit, but the company wouldn't get reimbursed for the visit. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I would get paid for the visit regardless if it was 30 minutes or not, because it's a visit is a visit for me. But the company, Medicare regulations, the requirement was a 30-minute visit for it to be a billable visit. And I say Medicare, but I don't know if it's Medicare or a company requirement. I'm assuming that it's a insurance requirement since it was the same at my second home health place of employment.
Yes, so I guess, was it common practice to wait after you, let's say you finished a visit in 25 minutes or 15 minutes? Was it common to just go sit and wait in the car and then go back in and have?
No, if the patient, if it was done in 15 minutes, or a lot of the visits would be done in, I mean, if the patients didn't have wound care or anything like that, your assessment and education would be done. You know, at first it would take me 45 minutes to do it and document everything correctly and all that. But once you got experience, you could document that you knew the questions that it was going to ask. You could document the assessment and do your head to toe assessment in 15, 20 minutes. But after doing that, I mean, if it wasn't 30 minutes wasn't up, we would stay in that patient's home with the patient until the 30 minutes was up.
So what you're saying is it wasn't uncommon to wait 30 minutes?
Like wait 30 minutes in the patient's house, not leave. I'm confused. Like, are you asking me, is it common for me to leave the patient's house before the 30 minutes was up?
I'm just asking, was it a common practice to make sure that your visit was 30 minutes regardless of how long the
Yes.
assessment took?
Yes. And that was a requirement by the companies that I worked for, that it had to be 30 minutes.
So you said that you suffered earlier, you said you suffer from anxiety and depression. Is that something now?
So, I don't want to, I debated even mentioning any of my mental health issues just because I don't want it to seem like that I'm trying to use this as an excuse, because I'm not very open about my mental health in general. But when I worked for Amedisys, that was when I almost lost my mom. And she was the only one that, I mean, like I said, the only constant that I had in my life since I can remember. My dad passed away when I was younger. So almost losing her, that affected me a lot. I went into a depression. Did I talk to my parents about it? No. My husband about it? No. Because I didn't want them, I don't want anybody to ever worry about me. I'm always the one that worries and takes care of other people. I didn't want them to worry about me. And not long after I got to Centerville, which was Kindred at the time, my stepdad, he ended up he had an esophageal rupture, which is pretty rare. And people usually don't survive it from what they told us, but he almost died. I spent 2 weeks over in Jackson with him. He was on the ventilator. I witnessed him code in the ICU. I walked in to go check on him after surgery. It was right after surgery, and I walked in, and as I was walking in, they apparently didn't know that I had been buzzed in, and I witnessed him coding. After that, that's really when I realized that took a big hit on me. And that's when I realized that something, I needed to do something. Now, did I get help immediately after that? No, I didn't. It was months down the road. And I even mentioned to my boss at the time there that I was struggling because I didn't, with home health, you pretty much have leniency with your schedule. Like you make your schedules when you want to see your patients. And I wasn't getting up early to go see my patients. I would start around 10 and go see patients. And I didn't have any desire to do what I didn't have a desire to do anything. I was a mother and a nurse, and those are the two things that, that's my identity. Should it be that way? No, I should be someone besides a nurse and a mother. But even then at that time, being a nurse and being a mom, that's always been something that I take joy in and pride in. And even during that time, those two things were something that was a chore to me. It wasn't, I didn't want to get out of bed in the mornings. I didn't want to go and do a lot of days. Depression is a weird thing, you know, sometimes you wake up and you don't want to get out of bed, you don't want to do anything, and then the next week you could be fine for a couple, I mean, it just. Am I blaming my wrongdoings on that? No. Did it have anything to do with the decisions that I made then? I mean, I feel like I made poor decisions at that time. Do I wish I could go back and redo it? I do. But now I take medication for it. I do. I've gotten help and I do take medication for it. I take Lexapro.
So, I'm sorry, you said.
Lexapro. I see a nurse practitioner. I see her at least every 3 months, sometimes before every 3 months, just because during that time, she thought, like with me telling her everything that had been going on, she wanted me to be tested for ADHD too, because I would get so overwhelmed. I've never been like, I mean, like I said, I've caught myself when I was a teenager saying that I had depression and anxiety, but I didn't know what it was then until all this happened to me. But she wanted me to get tested for like ADHD and, like, you know, have a psychiatrist evaluate me and see, you know, if something else was going on besides the depression. And I did end up I did the testing for the ADHD. So I have take medicine for the ADHD. I take Adderall and Lexapro for the depression and the ADHD.
So you got diagnosed with.
Mhm.
So last night, do you think the board could trust you to still make home visits with the pattern of behavior that has been set forth on the record today?
I don't ever want to do home health again. Not just because so I've only been a nurse for, I think this is like my 6th or 7th year. I've tried a little bit of everything. I've done clinic work, orthopedic clinic, family practice. The job that I'm at right now was actually my very first job out of nursing school, was on the same exact floor and everything. When I went to home health, I just kind of, like I said, I was dealing with the depression and anxiety, and I was trying to find my home. When I was hired under a director, Amanda Purvis, and she's actually one that wrote a letter for me, but she is the one that hired me. Not long after I was hired, she still works for Amedisys, but she ended up going to a position where she worked at home. And one of the case managers, which was Rhonda, that sent emails and stuff, she ended up going to be the director. And it was a very stressful environment there for a little while. As far as how, you know, when we would have, like I said, you'd have a meeting. I think it was, once COVID hit, the meetings were once a week, and we did it over the phone, like, and it was everybody, it was a big group. Before COVID hit, we did our meetings in person, and we would discuss like research, who qualified for research or who qualified for discharge. And then during those meetings, that's when they would discuss like the issues that corporate had complained about during their calls or something like that. And I feel like the way that things were brought across to us was kind of intimidating and at times inappropriate. But I'm not placing blame on them for what I did. That's my mistake. That's my actions. I mean, I should have had enough integrity for myself and my license to not put my license and my integrity on the line just to satisfy an ends meet. Like, I shouldn't falsify it. If there's a reason that I couldn't stay for that 30 minutes, I should have signed out of there and wrote a note, put in a separate note saying why the visit didn't last 30 minutes and notified the office. But
Let me rephrase it. So, because I asked home health specific, do you think the board could cut you, period?
yes.
Why?
Before those 2 years, I'd never done anything to be in trouble. I mean, I'm even younger. I mean, I've never been in trouble with the law. I've never been in trouble at school. Except for one time in first grade, I got a paddling for talking too much. I mean, that's the worst I've ever gotten in trouble for anything. I love my patients. I love what I do. I absolutely cannot imagine doing anything else. After going to home health and working for those two companies, once I got fired from Centerwell, Kindred, I decided to kind of step back and take a little bit for my mental health and decide, take more time for myself and my family. So the position that I'm in right now it's not full-time. I work 2 or 3 nights a week at the hospital, which is considered full-time hours there. But I feel like I have finally found where I belong. I love the people that I work with. I love the patients that I take care of. Now, is every patient easy to take care of? Absolutely not. But in the time that I've never had a complaint about me or the kind of person that I am or the kind of nurse that I am until this right here. And I've always been one that's harder on myself than I am on other people. And if this were somebody else, I would say, I wouldn't let that one thing define, or these things right here, I wouldn't let this folder define who they were. And for the longest time, I knew I was wrong. I knew I messed up. And I admitted that to myself. I admitted that to anybody that asked me. I admitted where I was wrong and when I did wrong. If I ever do anything wrong, I admit that I'm wrong and that I have done wrong. I don't think I would, as far as trusting me, to take care of the patients, I don't question my ability to take care of the patients. In the letters that you'll see that are in there that people have written from me, I didn't really know how to go about it. I got a patient's family, I got them for home health. I got them to write me a letter. The lady that hired me out of Medicis, she actually wrote a letter. And I got my current charge nurse / OC operations coordinator that I currently work with right now to write up something for me. Just explaining what type of nurse and what type of person I am, because I don't want this to define me. I don't want to lose my nursing license because I didn't take time to address the issues that I was having. I didn't care at the time. Now, does that mean that I didn't take care of my patients? No, I took care of my patients. The last thing that I want to do is to cause harm to a patient. Patients, nurses take care of the patients in their time where they're most vulnerable. I take care of every single patient like I would if they were my parents. My family. You could ask any patient that I cared for, and I don't think they could have a bad thing to say about me, because I'm not. Even when the patients say something and they're wrong, I try my best to redirect it, but I'm not a mean person. I'm not a malicious person. What I did was negligent. It wasn't intentionally to cause harm on patients. Absolutely not. I wouldn't intentionally cause harm on anybody. Patients are vulnerable, and like I said, we're taking care of them in their most vulnerable time. And I advocate for my patients. I do everything that I can. There have been several times in home health agencies or in my home health history where there's one patient specifically, his family, he had gotten diagnosed with cancer. And he was fairly young. He was late 40s, and his insurance was Blue Cross Blue Shield. And he was still working, and Blue Cross Blue Shield doesn't cover like a lot of equipment that he needed because obviously healthy people have Blue Cross Blue Shield pretty much. I did a fundraiser on my own time. I sold T-shirts to raise money to buy him what he needed. I reached out to friends that I had in the DME companies and got them to donate shower chairs. And I mean, even went as far as going on Amazon to find the specific chair that he needed because he couldn't get in and out of the shower and his wife couldn't pick him up. And I want that to be the type of nurse that people remember me as. I want that to be what people see when they look at me, because that's the type of person that I am. This is not the type of person that I am. Am I proud of that? No. Am I proud of this? Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. But if y'all allow me to continue to be a nurse, I would continue being the nurse that I am today, to take care of the patients to the best of my ability and to advocate for them when they can't advocate for themselves.
I have no further questions, John.
Any questions for Ms. Tyrion from the board panel?
Ms. Tyrion, I appreciate you being here and sharing with us what you have, and I just have a few things to clarify. When you worked at Amedisys, and there was the one patient that we talked about, and then the following day, just correct me if I'm wrong, the following day, there were two separate patients that called in asking if you were going to make a visit?
At Amedisys, it was just that one patient.
Okay,
That was it. I think what you're referring to is a Kindred.
okay. But, so there was a day that.
The two patients that, so on B24, the first patient on that page, VW. And then on the male patient in that paragraph, those two were seen on the same day.
And both called.
From my understanding, the first one called, like I said, I don't know specific wordings. I don't know. They just told me that a patient had called and the first patient, I think, is the one that called and asked when I was coming to see, or when I was going to come see them. And I can see where that could be confusing because I was trying to talk her into doing therapy. She was a patient that was in and out of the hospital a lot, and I was trying to convince her to allow physical therapy to come in her house and work with her. And she decided not to. So obviously I didn't put the order in. I don't know if she was confused with that, asking when would therapy come, because she decided she wanted them to come. But I seen her and the male patient on the same day.
And the same, those are the two patients that allegedly called and said you had not come to see them.
Well, one patient called and said that, asked when I was coming, and then the second one was on the same day. I think they reached out to him to ask him, had I come.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that does help. So you said right now that you're working on a unit at Ochsner Rush and Meridian, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I work on the ortho spine surgical unit. Let's see. I think it was in September.
22.
September, yes.
So have you made any documentation, errors, oversights in there?
No, and I get evaluated and we have like a one-on-one. I technically don't know how often they're supposed to be, but I feel like we get them done very often. If I needed to, I could get documentation from any of that.
Did you talk with them before you took a position there about your history at the home health agencies?
We had to, when I applied, we, like on the application, it asked, have you ever been terminated from a job before? And I put that I was terminated from both of those and put in the paragraphs why I was terminated.
They talked to you about that?
No, ma'am, they didn't on my interview. Now during the interview, it wasn't the unit manager, my unit manager. She ended up having to get somebody else to do it because her kids were sick or something that day. So I don't know if that's why it was never brought up or anything like that. But from my understanding, they're aware. I've put it out there. I put it in my application. Is it something that I want to just go up to them and talk about? No. But if that's something that I needed to do to let them know, hey, if I needed to go to her and have a conversation with her and tell her that she needed to do something, you know, give y'all reports or whatever in order for me to continue to be in the nurse, I would do anything.
Okay, and then the other question I have, and you can take just a second, but what, I know it's not something that you've said it's not something you probably want to talk about, but if you had the opportunity to tell students or new nurses or whatever, people that are under stress and in a situation, what would you tell them that you would do differently in the same circumstances?
So I would love nothing more than to go and stand before a class of nursing students and tell them, don't ever let your mental health get in the way of doing what's best for you or doing what's right for you or doing, you know, don't ever let that get in the way of being your best you. Don't be embarrassed of your mental health. If you deal with depression and anxiety, it took me a while to come to terms that I was, you know, that I'm not just that doesn't make me crazy. Like, it's okay. Like, people have anxiety, people have depression. Took me a while to come to terms with that. But I have. So if I could go and talk to new student nurses and tell them what I know now, I would tell them to take care of themselves. Take care of themselves. If they feel themselves getting anxious or depressed about something, don't say, oh, that's something little, I'm not going to go talk to somebody, because that shouldn't even be something that worries me. Like, no matter how small of an issue it is, if you don't take care of it, it's just going to keep building. And you may not think that it affects others around you. But I mean, clearly looking at this, like, I could have one of the patients the patient that Wanda, I mean, I don't intentionally ever want to cause harm to anybody. Sorry, I didn't mean to say her name, patient's name. But if you don't take care of yourself, how can you take care of others? If I don't take care of myself, how can I be a mom to my kids that my kids deserve? How can I be a nurse to the patients that the patients deserve? And I'd tell them that it's your license, your name. Don't ever feel like you have to falsify something to meet a standard. I would tell them, don't take a chance on that. Like, if there's something that is out of the ordinary that you're not sure about, ask about it. Don't just try to wing it yourself and figure it out yourself.
Thank you.
Anything further from the panel?
I have a couple of questions. So just, I guess before I get to specifics, if you could just kind of summarize high level view of, give us your typical process of how you see a patient. What's the typical process, and include like what steps you take, what the documentation may be, what it looks like, what the templates are, and then if it's not covered, then I'll go into some specific questions, but tell me you as a nurse, typical process whenever you.
Like, as my job now, or home health, or during that.
These patients.
Okay. Okay. So, when you get there, so you get paid by mileage too. And so your mileage doesn't start till you get to your first patient's house. You start your first visit. So when you pull up to your patient's house, you start your visit. You go to the door, knock on them, and you'd call them before you go. Some patients didn't answer, and you kind of got that if they were your patient, that, like, if they were my patient that I seen all the time, the LPNs didn't see them, then I knew who they were. Like, I knew if I could just show up at their house, or if they didn't answer, if I could just show up, there was drive-bys that we did if they didn't answer. But I would go to their house, start the visit when I pulled up to their house, go to the door, knock on the door. I mean, if I'm familiar with them, I would tell them if I wasn't familiar with them, I would introduce them, tell them who I am, where I'm from, like what company I was from, what I was there to do. And then, so for different visits, it would be different documentation. For admission visits, those were the visits that had the most documentation. those are the visits that usually by the end of the visit, they weren't completed. You would mark them incomplete and the nurse would initial her name now, and then the patient would sign their name and then you would complete them that night or whenever. Admissions you had to get, which I think I mentioned in one of the things in here. For admissions, you have to get approval of a plan of care. The admission is where I would come up with that plan of care, like for that specific patient, like their diagnosis. There is on the tablet that we document everything on, underneath a certain place in there. So there's, trying to explain it, I'm sorry, I'm terrible at explaining stuff. So there's boxes on the chart. When you open the patient's chart and you start your visit, there are boxes that have to be checked off that you do. So you click on the first one and it could be like the assessment. And then there's going to be a list of things on the assessment that you have to complete. And that's your head to toe assessment. During that time, you would do your typical head to toe assessment, check for any skin breakdown, listen to lungs, make sure bowel sounds, check for any edema. That was where, and then I think you had to do the neuro assessment was part of that physical assessment too. And that was on every patient. So the visit documentation was never, it's never so the diagnosis make it patient specific, but questions and everything aren't patient specific. It's the same for every patient. So I would document a physical assessment and then I would just kind of go down the line and check off the boxes. There was a place where you did interventions, like goals and interventions. During the admission assessment is when you would establish a goal. Like you would talk with the patient, like, what do you want your goal to be? And you would kind of advise them like realistic goals or goals that were good for them, patient specific. And interventions would be like when you educated them on certain stuff, you would document that you educated them on that. And then mostly on all patients, like you're supposed to write type up a narrative about the patient. And with the patients that we did admissions on or research on, in those narratives, that would be where you would write like pretty much like patient alert and oriented, doesn't complain of pain, or if they complain of pain, their diagnosis, and you would put their diagnosis, but then you would put like specifically what their admitting diagnosis would be. So like typically the patients got admitted to us or sent to us if the doctors wanted diabetes education or if they needed COPD education, or just another set of eyes to keep an eye on them because they weren't doing well. That would be where you would put all of that. Now, when you research or admit somebody, one of the criteria that you have to have is you have to have a hands-on skill. Never understood this, but wound care apparently isn't, like if there's a patient that has a family member in the household, and they're teachable and they're capable of doing the wound care, that's not something that we can research on, like just specifically for that wound. Like it has to be something else.
I interrupt you for just.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. I'm just trying to get through, like, I know what you're, like, I get what you're supposed to do. I was trying to get like kind of what your normal process was, so. That you call the patient, go in, knock on the door, go see them, then that documentation. Within that documentation, is there anything that whenever you start the visit that auto populates into your chart?
When you start to auto populates,
Or anything in the chart
no, you have to put everything in the chart.
that's auto-populated?
Well, now the times where you start the visit, I think the tablet like the tablet, when you hit start, that tablet keeps up with your time. So that's how you know when the 30 minutes is up.
And then you said it has a GPS tracker.
Mhm.
Did you bring that GPS tracking with you? today?
No, I don't know how to get it. I don't have any access to, which I never had access to it to begin with, and neither do the people in the office. I think that's like a corporate thing.
But from your knowledge, there was nothing wrong with the GPS tracker that day.
Never said anything to me about it. The only one that would be an issue, like I said, would be the one from Amedisys where I admitted to getting in my car and then leaving the patient's house and driving to the gas station.
Mentioned a binder.
Mm.
And I didn't hear in any part of the other process, like, is that company specific or
It's different for every company.
wasn't your typical process to even go into that binder anyway?
So when you go into, they would like for you to put, like, when you go in and see the patient, the patients are always supposed to keep that folder, that binder. Now, normally they would take that binder and they would throw it in the trash can after their first visit, and we explained to them what we were going to do. But they were supposed to keep the binders in their house. So when we came in there, their education would stay in it. And then for their benefit, we would document like their vitals and stuff in that sheet of paper so they could take that sheet of paper with them to when they went to the doctor. Like if the doctor wanted to keep up with vitals, which we always, if the doctor asked to keep up with vitals, we would always type up a note and the office would fax those readings over to the doctor. So the binder in the patient's home was primarily for the patient's benefit to see their vitals and everything.
That's not in a policy and procedure that you're supposed to maintain every time that you go to the patient's house.
Yes. Mhm.
And then I think the last question that I had was on the second patient that you referred to, you claimed that they should have assigned a discharge.
Mhm.
For it.
Mhm.
Who is they, and help me understand how that.
So, when we're doing, like I was telling y'all, we have the meetings like once a week or every 2 weeks. And that's to discuss any kind of issues that are going on. But the main reason for those meetings is, to discuss the patients, like patients that they're, so each cert period for home health, it's like, I think there's 6 weeks, I think. I can't remember honestly, but I'm pretty sure there's 6 weeks. So when that cert period is coming to an end, and they're up for discussion, like the office will have a list, like the case managers will have a list of the patients that need to be discussed that are coming up for recert or discharge. And we'll discuss those patients in that meeting. The first company that I worked for, Amedisys, they were really good about taking the nurse's word or therapist's word about if the patient would need like benefited from recert or if they could be discharged. Now, when the numbers would get low, like for example, this Centerwell, we would have majority of the time that I was there, our census was low. I don't know why, it just was. I never got low because I had a bunch of counties that I covered, but they would always, when we were discussing the discharge or the patient benefit from discharge or recert, when you would say discharge, it would be like, you'd get the 5th degree about why you're going to discharge that patient. Like they wanted you to recert every single patient, and that's not realistic. They
Is the company. Okay.
And I don't know if it's company-wide. Like I said, I only worked for this branch. But yes, like they would encourage you to recert people. There's been several times where I've had patients that, we admitted for home health and they only needed it for a short period of time. And so after that first cert period, we would, when they would ask me if they needed to be discharged or recerted, I would tell them they need to be discharged because there's no hands-on skill. And, that's when they would kind of question everything and find a hands-on skill that could be used for them to try and keep them on services for longer.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow up, Ms. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we can begin with closing statements. Mr. Walker, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on a licensed nurse if that nurse has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. Ms. Theron, by her own admission, falsified 2 visits. Along with the 2 visits she has admitted to falsifying, there are multiple claims by patients that their visits were not made even though a visit was documented. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G and 29-1L, Title 30 of the Mississippi Code Admin Part 2820, Rule 1.2E4. Both state that a nurse is in violation of the Nurse Practice Act if that nurse has falsified records or made false entries. Ms. Porter, Ms. Theron's actions demonstrate a pattern and not just a mere one-off instance of falsification. While she admitted to 2 instances of falsification, there are multiple instances in which visits were documented, but the patients claimed they were not seen. Because of this pattern of behavior, we respectfully ask this board panel to consider taking disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Theron. Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, Darian, if you have a closing statement, you can make it at this time.
Okay, there's one thing that I remember seeing, looking through here, when this was emailed to me. I want to find it so I can make a comment on it. It was regarding a patient with a metasis, where the patient said that she hadn't seen me since I admitted her. And that was not true. It wasn't brought up or anything, but that wasn't true. And I did an LPN supervisory visit with an LPN to prove that that's not true. MSBN 19 on number 5, letter D. It says, patient states she has not seen Morgan since admission, research in chart per Morgan on 10/19. And I did that. I have seen that patient. I had seen that patient. I did a supervisory visit with an LPN, so another person was there. Even if they needed verification of that, they could look that up in the system to see that I was there. If they didn't trust my word for it, they could ask the LPN that was there at that home with me. And then there was other patients right there underneath that number. They're marked out, but they're patients that I've seen on the same days as those other people. And they're saying that I was there and I seen them in person. Another thing that bothered me was, a comment was made in here, that when they called to ask me about a visit, or added another visit to my schedule, that when they called, they heard my children in the background. With home health, I don't know if you're familiar with home health, but home health, you have your schedule and you have patients that you see that day. You're on the clock from 8 to 5. But typically that you don't you're not seeing, unless it's a very long day, you're not seeing patients 8 to 5. I was very fortunate. My mom was able to keep my kids. She lived closer to Meridian than I did. So anytime I was done before 5 o'clock, I would go to my mom's house and sit there with my mom and my kids until 5 o'clock, and then I would go home. Because I didn't want to have to go all the way home and then turn around and drive all the way back to Meridian. If they needed me to come and see a patient, I wanted to be available. So with them making the comment of hearing my kids in the background, it doesn't make sense why that would even matter or pertain to me not going and seeing my patients, because I would leave my mom's house and go see that patient. I wouldn't just say, yeah, I'm gonna go see him and not go see him, or say that I seen him, but in my closing statement, I want to continue being a nurse. I want to continue to be able to advocate for the people that essentially don't have a voice. They're not able to advocate for themselves, or they don't have the knowledge to advocate for themselves. I enjoy educating patients so they can make the best educated decision for themselves when it comes to big decisions in the hospital, like surgery wise, or, just provide them with education. I just enjoy caring for people in general. Even outside of work, I'm always trying to take care of other people. And that has been the hardest thing for me, is to realize that it's okay for me to need help too. And that's something that I have fully come to terms with, and it is okay. Does not mean that you're weak. It doesn't mean that you can't handle being a full-time mom and a full-time employee. Like, you just have to find balance and you have to take care of yourself mentally. I hope that y'all allow me to continue to be a nurse. I take care of patients, like I said, like they're my own family members. And in the letters that a former boss that hired me at Amedisys, she wrote a letter for me. The girl that I work with now, the charge nurse operations coordinator, she wrote a letter for me. I had a patient. I still keep up with a lot of my home health patients. They will call and ask me about my kids and ask me about my family or ask me how I'm doing. One of the wives actually wrote a letter for me. When I left Amedisys and went to Kindred Home Health, Amanda Purvis, the one that wrote the letter and hired me at Amedisys, who is still employed through Amedisys, called Kindred and requested that I be her nurse. She didn't go for the home health agency that she worked for. She went to a competitor just so I could be the nurse to her mama. And I don't say that to brag on myself by any means. I just say that to say that those things like that show what kind of person I am and what kind of nurse I am. I don't want y'all to, it's your job to make an educated decision, and whatever decision y'all make is what's going to be. But in this situation, I feel like I have to advocate for myself too, like I would advocate for my patients, because if I don't advocate for myself like I advocate for my patients, there's not going to be anybody else that will. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Terry. And a motion for the board panel to go on a total determination regarding the matters that we heard this morning.
I will make the motion.
It's been moved. Properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on the following: license number R 877-725, license number R 906-133, license number P 326-168.
I'll make the motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board is now in executive session for deliberation on these matters and will return at 1:15 with decisions in each. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on the record. At this time, I will entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Following deliberation on license number R 877-725, the board panel renders the following. The license is suspended. The suspension, however, is stayed with drug-related stipulations to include compliance affidavit, conference with compliance officer, releases, support group sponsor and home group, $500 fine, 60-month probation, direct supervision, employer reports, maximum hours allowed, prohibited areas of practice, to exclude any unsupervised setting, aftercare, counselor treatment management team reports, AA/NA attendance counselors, drug screens, monthly drug screen report, notice of failure to furnish drug specimen, copies of prescriptions, quarterly reports, following 60 months of compliance with this order, respondent will be eligible for removal of stipulations. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Grissom. You may be excused. Following deliberation on license number P 326-168, the board panel renders the following. Reinstated with drug-related stipulations to include compliance affidavit, conference with compliance officer, releases, support group sponsor and home group, $500 fine, $60 months probation, employer reports, counselor treatment management team reports, AA/NA attendance calendars, drug screens, monthly drug screens, copies of prescriptions, quarterly reports. Following 60 months of compliance with this order, respondent will be eligible for removal of the stipulations. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of the completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions? You may be excused. Following deliberation on license number R 906-1 133. The board panel renders the following: reprimand, formal reprimand, fine, education with no suspension of licensure. Stipulations to include a $500 fine, documentation program, ethical decision-making course, prohibited areas of practice to include private duty, home visits, any unsupervised setting, hospice for 12 months. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions? Thank you. You may be excused. The next matter before the board panels, license number P323069, case number 2021-0977. Andalyn Kuhn. We will proceed as follows. We'll begin with opening statements. We will hear cases from both sides. We'll allow for questioning as well as cross-examination. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, closing statements will be allowed. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of the completion of these proceedings. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn.
Will you each raise your right hand, please? That the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll note for the record that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may make its decision, may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Ms. Kuhn, you're not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
That's correct.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony today that you're ready to proceed with this matter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Walker, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to introduce an evidence, B1 through B8 and respondents R1.
Do you have any objection, Ms. Kuhn?
Yes, sir.
Right, thank you. They are admitted.
Thank you.
Mr. Walker, we can begin with your opening statement.
Thank you. Ms. Kuhn is before the board panel today on charges of misappropriation and falsifying documentation. On or about September 15th, 2021, at Camp Countrywood Manor in Lakeview Place, it was discovered that a narcotic sheet and a narcotic card were missing. An investigation also revealed that 12 Xanax tablets were not signed out and not in the building. 4 days later, on the 19th, a medication count was conducted before Ms. Coon came on shift. Ms. Coon was the only one with access to the medication. After Ms. Coon's shift, a card of 28 Xanax was missing. On September 22nd, 2021, Ms. Coon made a written statement to the Mississippi Bureau of Narcotics in which she admitted to diverting medication from the facility and that she had been falsifying documentation so that it appeared the medication had been given to the residents. These actions constitute a violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G, which states that a licensee is subject to discipline if the licensee has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. It's also a violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L, which states that a licensee is subject to discipline if the licensee engages in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules. Specifically, Title 30 Mississippi Admin Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2H states that misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment is unprofessional conduct. Pursuant to the authority in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, the board has power to take disciplinary action on license Ms. Coon to practice as a nurse in the state. Thank you. Your Honor.
I thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Cooney, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
Thank you. May I read something? I'm nervous, so. With passion and love for nursing, I am ashamed to say that yes, I broke my oath to nursing and the Nurse Practice Act. I am guilty of that. My compassion, love, and respect for nursing and my heart, I disrespected that. But I did take it upon myself to seek the help I needed for self-healing and guidance to live and be able to live up to all requirements of the oath I took when I became a nurse in the Nurse Practice Act. I made a mistake and broke my oath, which I deeply regret. It is my sincere hope that you will have mercy upon me and allow me to do what I love with all of my heart, my soul, my mind, my entire being. Excuse me. I am mentally and physically prepared to meet the requirements that must be and are necessary to fulfill the oath that I took when I became a nurse and to follow the Nurse Practice Act. If you will please allow me to leave, well, please delete that. I have a binder with certificates of my accomplishments and letters of recommendations that I did not submit. I would greatly appreciate the time to read that when it comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coon. Mr. Walker?
Lady College Jaquita Davis, Your Honor.
May proceed.
Will you please state your name, county of residence, and current place of employment for the record?
Jaquita Davis, Madison County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
6 years,
And what is it that you do for the Board of Nursing?
investigations.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations that resulted in disciplinary actions related to nursing?
Yes.
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as B2 and ID that document, please.
This is the licensure document,
And when does it say that Ms. Coon was first licensed in Mississippi?
January the 30th, 2008.
And if you would, please turn to what's been marked as B5. You go to the second page, I think. Yeah, can you tell us what that document is?
The complaint,
Can you tell us what the charges are against Ms. Coon today?
yes. Violating Mississippi Code 73-15-29-1G is that she falsified or in a repeated negligent manner made incorrect entries, and failed to make essential statements, entries on records. Violation Mississippi Code N 7315-29-1 L is that she engaged in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules. 9-30 Mississippi Administrative Code Part 2820, Rule 1.2H, misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment.
Can we tell us what facts in the complaint support those charges, please?
On and about September the 15th, 2001, a narcotic card and a narcotic sheet were discovered missing. An investigation revealed that 12 Xanax tablets were not signed out nor in the building. On September the 19th, a medication count was done before Ms. Coon came on her shift. She was the only nurse to have access to this meds. After Ms. Coon left, a card of 28 Xanax were missing. On September the 22nd, 2001, Ms. Coon admitted that she had been diverting the medication from the facility and also that she has been falsifying documentation to make it appear that the resident had received the medication that has been diverted.
Thank you, ma'am. We go to B6, I believe it's on page 10. Can we tell us what this document is, please?
The BM report.
And will you read those first two sentences for us?
On Tuesday, September the 28th, 2001, at approximately 900 hours, Ellen Ashland Coon was arrested and charged with embezzlement of a controlled substance. One medication card taken 9/19/2001 in the name of Gerald McCray, written by Dr. J. Ramsey for alazepam 0.5 milligrams, number 28. The embezzlement occurred while Coon was working as a licensed practical nurse at County Wood Manor and Lakeview Place, located 145, Watson Drive, Matachi, Itawamba County, Mississippi.
Thank you. And then under the details, we read those first two sentences as well.
On Thursday, September the 16th, 2001, County Wood Manor and Lakeview Place, DON, Director of Nursing, Glenn Lofton, contacted Captain Tammy Reynolds. DON Lofton advised that on 9/15/2001, the oncoming nurse, Lisa Coggins, observed while doing her narcotic count that there was one card missing and one narcotic sheet missing. DON Lofton advised each card had a sheet, but the wrong sheet was taken from with the card, which left one non-matching card and sheet.
So at the end of that paragraph, does the report say what was not in the building at that time?
Yes. There were 12 tablets of Xanax 1 milligram that were not signed out and were not in the building.
So let's go down to number 4. I believe it's on the next page, page 11. This discusses what happened at Countrywood Manor and Lakeview Place on the September 22nd, 2021. Does it say who met with Ms. Coon that day?
Yes, Captain Reynolds.
And what does Ms. Coon say that she wanted to do after she read her rights?
Give a written statement.
So what did she admit to doing on September 18th, 2021?
Took a dose of razapam for herself, but documented that she gave it to the patient.
And did she say what she took on the next day on September the 19th?
Yes. Coon advised that she took Jeremy McCray's Xanax 0.5 milligram card on Sunday night, September the 19th, 2001.
What about on September the 22nd, 2021?
Yes. Coon advised that she had taken, Coon advised she had been going through a lot and took the medication that she dated on 9/22/2021.
Okay, so that statement that we just looked at, I believe it's on page 35. Did she admit in her statement that she administered the document, that she administered the medicine?
Yes.
And what did she say she did on September the 14th, 2021? Excuse me, I'm sorry, on September 19th, 2021.
Okay. She said, I also took the resident Xanax 0.5 milligrams, number 28, card on Sunday night on September the 19th, 2021.
So she admitted to everything she was charged with in the complaint. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Coon, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, sir.
Any questions from the board panel for this witness?
Just have one clarification. I heard 2001, it's 2021, correct?
Sorry, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just making.
Excuse me,
No,
please.
no, that's okay. I'm just making sure that it's 2021 and not 2001.
Yes.
Got it.
Anything further from the panel? Any further testimony from this witness, Ms. Walker?
Your Honor.
Maybe excused. Ms. Coon, you have an opportunity to share with the board panel your position on this matter. Following that, Mr. Walker will likely have some questions. It's possible the board panel may have some questions for you as well. You may
Yes.
proceed.
I admit that everything that I'm charged with is the truth. I'm very ashamed to say that. Excuse me if I ramble as well. I'm just nervous because this is my love. This is my life. This is the life of my children. I can sit here and tell you why I did it, but to me, that doesn't excuse it at all. I could tell you I had just found out my husband of 12 years had an affair and left me and 4 children at home. And I lost it. I lost it. And that's not okay, though, not my position as a nurse. I love geriatric nursing especially, and it's not okay. But I did what I did. I don't deny that. And I went to rehab. I checked myself in. Because let me back up, please. Before this happened, the day that I confessed to this, I had just received a DUI, my second DUI. So one day I receive a second, my husband leaves me and the 4 kids. The next day I get a second DUI. The next day, this incident happens. The next day I tried to hang myself. I'm not proud of that either. I knew I needed help right then. And I went to a behavior center in Columbus, Mississippi, behavior health, where I learned about this place called the Ponce and Katie Hill Rehab Center. And I checked myself in there. And I wanted to stay the 90 days, and I did. And I succeeded in doing that. None of this is a blessing. I was told not to even say that word. But I look at going to the Ponce and Katie Hill as one of the greatest blessings of my life. It saved me. It saved my children. I'm a better person today because of that. I don't even resemble that person I was during that time of my life. However, I have to face the consequences, and I'm very aware of that. And I just want to say I will do anything if I just have the chance to keep my license and care for the people of the world, not only geriatrics, but the people of the world. I have dreams. I want to go to RN school. I want to work with Nurses Without Borders one day. It's a dream. I want to leave a legacy for my children. I just pray that you have mercy upon me. And the next time you hear my name, that it's something good, not something like this.
Thank you, Ms. Coon. Mr. Walker. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Coon, will you state your name, your county residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Andalyn Ashley Coon, Monroe County, We Care Daycare.
How long have you been working at the daycare?
For about 14 months, 13, 14 months.
Can you tell the board your educational background?
I went to Hatley High School and graduated in 1998. Then I went to Itawamba Community College and got my prerequisites for nursing school. December 2006, I started the licensed practical nurse program at Bevel State in Hamilton, Alabama. And January of 2007, I graduated nursing school and received my license to practice.
Where all have you worked as a nurse?
I worked at Gilmore Memorial Regional Medical Center in Amory, Mississippi, on the med surg floor for the first 2 years. That's where I learned all my skills, I say.
So prior to the allegations made against you today, have you had any issues, say, at any other facilities or any time during your career?
No, sir, never.
You admitted to diverting drugs here. Did you do that at Gilmore?
No, sir.
So you kind of said a little bit about it. Was it did you do drugs before you got caught diverting drugs?
No, sir. Just during that one time, I found out my husband had the affair. I was, right before I found that out, I was drinking. And then I found all that out, drinking even more. I'm very ashamed to say that. And got my second DUI and then took that medicine to try to sleep.
So it was kind of a situational issue, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
You said that was so when did you get your second DUI? What year was that?
That was the day before. Yes, 9/21/21. The day before this.
When did you get your first DUI?
Was back in like 2009.
So you said you were drinking alcohol before. How long have you been drinking alcohol?
I started when I was 15 on and off. I can say today that I've always had a problem with it, but I really didn't realize that until this, my first DUI, but I didn't want to admit it. I mean, just to be honest. And I did self-report when I got that first DUI back, I do believe in 2009. I did call and self-report that. And then I stopped drinking for a while and had no trouble until this.
So you started back around 2020 run?
Yes, yes, sir.
Is that the only 2 DUIs you've had?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any other run-ins with the law other than with the MBN and this drug diversion?
No, sir.
So you admitted you had an alcohol problem. You don't really think you have a drug problem? You've never done any?
I believe that it was a problem when I took this medication, but other than that, as in your words, situational, but alcohol problem, yes. Yes, sir.
And you mentioned earlier that you went to a facility. Are you attending therapy or anything? Do you see anybody currently?
Currently, I did for 1 year after I got out of Katy Hill. I have been out of Katy Hill for 18 months now, sober. Very proud of that and proud to share my story of that. But I'm sorry, what was the question?
No, I don't remember that you said that.
Oh, therapy.
Therapy.
For a year after that, I do still attend AA meetings. However, even though it's not me in therapy, I do have my 10-year-old son in therapy for the time I was gone for 3 months. And me and her are close because so she's kind of like my therapist now, I would say.
So you said, I got sidetracked. I'm so sorry. You've been working at Weed Daycare for about 18 months. You
For about 14 months, 14 months, yes, sir.
said you've been sober for about 18 months.
18 months and 6 days, and I have it down to the seconds on my phone.
So you've been sober since you started working there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Or would you, if the board, and the reason I'm asking, I'm not trying to get into something we don't need to, but you apparently went through a pretty rough time and admitted to suicidal thoughts. Are you seeing anybody about that? Or if the board?
Yes, I went to the behavior. I was put on suicide watch. That was right before I went to Katie Hill.
Okay.
And so, but yes, that's something I'm not suicidal anymore. I said that because I'm just trying to tell you my story, just laying it all out here. And would not go back that route. I didn't go through with it. Thank the Lord. However, it is something that I use in my testimony, because if my testimony can help anybody else, then it was all worth it.
So you don't have any, as far as your mental health, do you feel like you're better now than you were then, obviously?
Feel like I'm better in every way possible.
So if the board thought that you might need to have an evaluation or seek therapy, would you be willing to? That's something-
Yes, absolutely. I would love to.
I have no further questions, John.
Any questions from the panel for Ms. Coons?
Ms. Coon, I think the only question I really have for you is, what coping mechanisms have you learned based on what you're telling us and your high level of stress at the time? What coping mechanisms do you use to maintain your sobriety?
There's so many. I watch TED Talks religiously. I have quotes all around me. They're surrounding me right now in my bedroom, in my home. They call me the quote queen. Just helps me feel better and positive. I use meditation. That's still taking me time to get good at that. I use meditation daily. I use my faith in the Lord and my work with my church. My children, they are the main reason. They're the main reason that I am who I am today. And I stay busy. I walk, I do exercise, get that natural vitamin D. I do, it's called noodling. I learned it at Katie Hill, where you tense up different parts of your body, then relax them. It's something that I've been doing, and maybe you notice, maybe you don't, but it's something that they taught me there. So that there's all kinds of things. The AA meetings, I love it. I love it. And please, I'm not trying to be arrogant when I say that. It's just, it really helps. I suggest it even if you don't have an addiction, a substance problem, just to talk to people about life. And I try to go to a lot of them. Like, I've never done cocaine, been addicted to cocaine, but I go to Cocaine Anonymous once a week, just because it's more than a substance to me. It's the atmosphere, it's the community, it's the support that we have for each other. And I love that. I love that.
Thank you, Ms. King.
Anything further from the panel?
I have just a few questions. I'm looking at, let me make sure I'm looking at. Give me just a second. On page 28, it's being 28. Sorry, I don't know what. I don't know what exhibit that is. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so tell me what this is.
Mississippi Bureau of Narcotics. Does it say that at the top? Is that like when I was arrested? Because it's describing my tattoos, my height, my weight, convictions.
I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, so this was the arrest record from. I guess I'm trying to figure out the date. Okay. Yeah. So on the next page, I guess I'm trying to reconcile the dates because you said you had a DUI in 2009, your second one in September of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
So on the page MSBN 29, this is page 4 or 5, looks like of this document. It says it says 2020 22, so I guess that's February 2nd. It says arrest charge misdemeanor. And it says operation of motor vehicle while under influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? So is that?
I have made a mistake and oh, this is going to be crazy. I was just talking to my cousin about the year 09 and it was stuck in my head. That first DUI was 2020.
Okay.
I am to do that. You're very correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So just to clarify, so there was no DUI in 2009?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
So, okay. All right. Thank you. So what is your, how would you describe your relationship with alcohol?
It was a love-hate relationship and now I don't like to say I hate anything. I strongly dislike it as much as anybody could ever dislike anything. I completely abstain. Of course, I am around alcohol, just going to a gas station. There's alcohol there. It's advertised on TV. But this incident, my mindset, how I was then, the person that I was, I don't ever want to go back there to that dark place. I don't. When I had that rope around my neck, I don't ever want to go back to that place. And alcohol played a huge part in that. It was the part in that. And I'm not going back there.
So would you describe yourself as an alcoholic? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to be clear, when was your, what's your sobriety date?
October 6th of 21.
And your children, you mentioned you have a 10-year-old,
Yes, ma'am.
you have 4 children?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are your other children?
Daughter who's 18. She's about to go to nursing school. This is a huge lesson for her. She's watched this. She knows it all and her friends because like I said, I'm not being arrogant. I promise I'm not. I mean, I'm ashamed. I won't. There's times I still want to hide from this. I'm not proud of it, but it's the truth. And that's what I'm trying to show my children that, you can make a bad decision in 1 millisecond, then consequences will last you years or a lifetime. So the fact that maybe if she can learn something from me, then I'll put it in the, okay, we can turn it to something positive. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to take negatives and make it into positives the best that I can. And I have a daughter who is 17 as well. And I have a 14-year-old daughter and my 10-year-old son.
And did I understand that you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm trying to clarify. You said your 10-year-old son, you take with you to meetings?
I take him to therapy. When I was gone to rehab to Katy Hill for 3 months, it was hard on him. And before I went to rehab, his mom was a drunk. And I'm not saying that to be funny at all, but I was. And as much as I want to say, well, he was with my mom, he wasn't with me. Okay, well, that's a problem in itself because he should have been with me and shouldn't have had that bottle in my hand. And so we're close and he took it hard when I left for 3 months. And then his dad leaving, he took that hard. So I take him to therapy once a week. And I'll work closely with his therapist as well. And she knows my whole story. So
His therapist.
Yes.
Okay,
it's kind of like a family thing because my daughter goes too. It's just kind of like a family thing we do.
okay, so they see therapists where they are receiving therapy independently.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I guess you could say family counseling.
Okay, that's helpful. Now, just real quick, you self-described yourself as a drunk. Were you ever under the influence of alcohol when you assumed care for patients in a clinical setting?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I drink alcohol to try to go to sleep, to try to shut my mind off, to try to make the trauma go away. It didn't work, but that's what I drank.
Are you on any prescription medications right now?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you take?
I take Prozac. I take Buspar. And Saffris. That's a new medicine I was just prescribed last week. I have not started it yet. I just go see my doctor. It's every 3 months. And I was just telling, he knows about this, my general practitioner, and he knows about this situation. And I was just telling him how I wasn't sleeping and I was very anxious. And he just told me that this medicine combined with Prozac could help because I will not take a narcotic. I'm not going to take a narcotic. The only time I have taken a narcotic was when I had a surgery since my sobriety. That's the only time. And it was even given to me by someone else. I didn't even have the bottle. It was like someone else had the bottle. If I was hurting too bad after my surgery, they gave me the medication. Other than that, I've had nothing.
Okay. So your GP is the one that prescribed your Prozac and the Saffris and the Buspar?
Yes, ma'am. The psychiatrist at Katie Hill, he originally gave me the Prozac and the Buspar, and then my practitioner just continued it after that year was up.
And last question, I think, is, so is there anyone in your close circle, close relationships, that have used alcohol or other substances for coping?
No, ma'am. I've had to change my people, places, things. Learned that the first day at Katie Hill.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything further from the panel? And follow Ms. Walker.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Coon, you will have an opportunity for a closing statement. But at this time, is there anything further you'd like to share with the panel?
No, sir.
Mr. Walker? We will have your closing statement now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of a nurse if that nurse has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. Ms. Coon has admitted to falsifying documents in order to cover up her misappropriation. This is in violation of both Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G and 73-15-29-1L, specifically Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2H. Pursuant to the authority granted by Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take action on the license of Ms. Coon.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Coon, make a closing statement now.
Yes, sir. I just want to say thank you with all of my heart and soul for just giving me this time today, no matter the outcome. Thank you. And this is what I'm asking for you to give me the chance to do the following. To provide the best possible care with the knowledge I possess. I believe a nurse must be caring in all situations. It in turn promotes health, healing, and hope in response to the human condition. A soft, kind voice, a listening ear, or a kind, gentle touch can change your patient's state of mind, which can also help promote healing. Integrity, respecting the dignity and moral wholeness of every person without conditions or limitations. Diversity, affirming the uniqueness of and differences among persons, ideas, values, and ethnicities. And as always, to be professional. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coon. We actually have another matter before the panel, so if you would please just have a seat in the gallery. Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. We are back on the record. The next matter before the board panel, license number R 873-891, case number 2023-0316. Bradley Smith.
Yes, sir.
We will proceed as follows. We will have opening statements. We will hear the arguments from both parties. We'll allow for questioning as well as cross-examination. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we will allow for closing statements. The board panel will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render a decision, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of the conclusion of these proceedings. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn.
Will you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you.
Note for the record that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Mr. Smith, you're not represented by counsel today, is that correct? You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel? You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony today you're ready to proceed with this matter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Salzman, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask that board exhibits 1 through 12, as well as respondents exhibits 1 through 4, be marked and entered into evidence today. And Mr. Smith has been given a copy of those exhibits.
Do you have any objection, Mr. Smith? Thank you. They are admitted. And this is a petition to lift stipulations. Okay. Mr. Smith, we will begin with you. If you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
I'll start by thanking all of you for allowing me to have the opportunity for this. I do take full responsibility for my past actions. There's no denying it. It's something I've dealt with for a long time, but there hasn't been any incident that has occurred since 2015 at Baptist. My sobriety date is June 30th, 2018. So I'm coming up on my 5th year anniversary here in a couple months. Live a totally different life than what I used to. I actually have hope again. I actually like the man that I am now. I found healthier ways to cope. I exercise. I go to church. Go to AA meetings. My home group is Traditions at Yana. Also go every other week to a recovery group at my church at Crossgates. Never failed a drug test. Never had any incident. I actually got sober a year before entering in the program. So I just got tired of all the negative consequences and just got tired. It was like a full-time job and I just got tired of it. And as of right now, I have an allergy to alcohol. I cannot even, I don't want any part of it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Osmond?
On October the 16th, 2016, a final order was entered by the board panel against Mr. Smith's nursing license. This final order was appealed by Mr. Smith's counsel at the time. On or about June 7th, 2019, the appeal was dismissed and the final order became effective against Mr. Smith. In the final order, the board stated that Mr. Smith will be eligible to petition the board in writing for termination of probation and full reinstatement of his license without stipulations or restrictions after successful completion of a 36-month period of compliance. Today, Mr. Smith is petitioning this board panel to remove these restrictions and stipulations previously placed on his license in this state. The burden of proof is on Mr. Smith to show both compliance with the board order and to show any and all evidence as to why these restrictions and stipulations should now be removed as a condition of his licensure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osmond. And Mr. Smith, you can share with the board your position on this matter. You will likely have questions from Ms. Osmond as well as members of this board panel.
Yes.
Begin.
I've had a couple people, a direct supervisor of mine, that wrote a recommendation as far as a character witness. I don't know where it's at. I think it's in the very back. I've done all of my quarterly reports through my employer. Like I said, I never had a failed drug test. The 36-month term was up, I think it was June of last year. So I'm actually fixing to be 4 years into the program. But like I said, nothing's going to change after today. I'm still going to do it. You know, the same thing I'm doing now. It's just kind of being able to put this chapter behind me and be able to move forward is the biggest thing. I've also I work at Merit Health Rankin. I've worked in the emergency room for the past 5 years, and in 2019 I received the Employee of the Year award. I also get reminded on a daily basis when I go to work. I see the negative effects of alcohol with the patients, whether it be MVCs from alcohol or, you know, assaults, stuff like that. I've actually had a few patients that I could tell were struggling and that I've seen several times. And when they're receptive, I'll actually try to give them my cell phone number. And I've actually driven a couple patients to meetings before in my own personal vehicle. I have sponsored a couple guys younger than me. I basically just, it's part of being nursing is wanting to help somebody. And I think even though I've had to have some negative consequences, it's also kind of a blessing to be able to see somebody else in the same situation I was in years ago and be able to give them hope, because I was hopeless at that time. And just to try to show positivity in that there's never a cure for alcoholism, but being able to live a productive life with alcoholism. I haven't had any other reprimands. I haven't had any disciplinary action since the incident that happened in 2015 at Baptist. No, not even a traffic ticket or anything. I haven't had any.
All right, Ms. Hoffman, do you have any questions for Ms. Smith?
Yes, Mr. Smith, what's your educational background?
I graduated from high school in 2002. Went to Hines, got my prereqs, and then I went into the Hines associate degree program in the spring of 2004, and I graduated in December 2005.
And you said that you're currently employed at,
Merit Health Rankin.
And you're here today petitioning the board panel to remove your restrictions and stipulations that are in your order from October of 2016.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe you touched on this, but the basis for the board's actions in 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You stated that your sobriety date is what?
6/30/18.
You've not had any drinks or any alcohol since that time.
I have not had anything.
Have you had any addiction or issues with other types of narcotics?
No, ma'am, it's only been alcohol. I've never had any issues with any narcotics.
Did your alcohol, when did you first drink alcohol?
I would say socially, 18. I would say that it did not become a problem until I was probably 29.
So around 2013,
Yes, ma'am.
that's right.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any DUIs?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How many DUIs did you have?
I had to.
First DUI?
My first DUI was a day before New Year's Eve, 2013.
When was your second DUI?
It was July 4th, 2015, I believe.
Right before the incident that's the subject of your final order with this board. Your second DUI occurred about a month before, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You completed all of the, well, tell me what the outcome of those two charges were.
The first one was non-adjudicated, because I did the breathalyzer in my vehicle and did MASAP courses, paid fines. And then the second one, I think the consequence for it was a year probation. And I completed all my I don't know what you would call it, stipulations, without any disciplinary action.
So on the first DUI, you were non-adjudicated. On the second one, you were convicted and served a year of probation and paid fines and completed all of your requirements. Would you tell the board again why you are seeking the restrictions to be lifted from your license today?
Like I said, it's not really that anything is gonna change in my life. I feel like the opportunities to be able to further my career during COVID, ER, ICU positions were available through contracts, with other states, and I was restricted to only working in Mississippi. So I would say that, and the judicial part of it, as far as with the law enforcement, has been over years ago. And this is kind of like the only thing that's really just, been over my head for a long time now. And I feel like I did the crime, I'll admit, but I also served my consequences and did my time. I feel like, as far as punishment is concerned, continued education with alcoholism through AA and everything, that's just going to be part of my life. I love the people that I meet with and everything. So to answer your question, that would be my answer.
Another question, if you had turned to B12, it's March, page 66. And look at that, it's your PMP.
66, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
And I see that in the last 6 months or so, you've had a couple of prescriptions for hydrocodone and oxycodone. Could you tell us why you had those prescriptions?
Yes, ma'am. I had a rotator cuff tear from a weightlifting injury. And I had to get a surgery on my rotator cuff. And prior to surgery, I submitted all the documentation to my compliance officer. The procedure that was going to be done, released all kind of medical consents. So y'all would have full access to anything and everything. I'm an open book. You know, that's the only thing that I've had mind altering since June 30th, 2018.
I have no further questions.
Thanks. Any questions from the panel for Mr. Smith?
I just have one, Mr. Williams.
Hey,
On the, when you're, I'm looking at, I think it is it's MSBN 64, which I feel like are your drug test histories.
yes, ma'am.
There's an abnormal result, but I don't see that result. Do you remember what that was related to, or what that was for?
Ma'am, I think it was either 2 or 3 over the last almost 4 year, saying that the specific gravity was too high. Basically, I was dehydrated. And I had to pay a doctor visit from the Spectrum Affinity to call me and tell me to make sure and drink more water. So that's what the 2 abnormal readings were. I'd never had a positive test ever. It's just to remind me to drink water. Yeah.
Anything further from the panel?
I have just a couple of quick questions.
Yes, ma'am.
And you may have said this, but you have a sponsor?
Yes, ma'am.
And how
Yes,
long have
ma'am.
you had that?
I've had him since December of 2013. His name is James Ward, and he's actually a nurse too.
Okay. And just very quickly, I know this is a loaded question, but I'm curious. So what is your understanding of why nurses in particular get in this situation?
I would think a lot of times you put other people's needs above your own. You put your feelings and everything on the back burner, and you're so used to caring for other people that you don't take care of yourself. I would say.
Okay, so you said that you've helped patients or tried to help some patients or people that are open to receiving care. Is this something that you would be willing to talk with other nurses publicly about, groups of students that are considering?
Because whenever I sit there and I talk to somebody else that's receptive about it, it helps me just as much as it helps him, really. You know, it's like you're doing it to try to help them, but it also helps me with my sobriety.
What is your, if you have stipulations removed, what is your plan? Are you going to continue to work in the emergency departments, or you have some other?
I'm gonna continue to work in the emergency room. I recently just got offered a job in the PACU at River Oaks, and for a increase in pay is substantial. I'm still going to be PRN at Rankin in the ER. And I really hate to even leave Rankin because they've been so good to me. It's like a second family there. But to have a better schedule right now, work weekend nights, and I've done it for years now. And I just want a more healthy lifestyle. Work days, have some nights off. I'm not getting any younger. I'm almost 40. So I think that's a young man's game. So I'm gonna slow down just a little bit.
Won't ask you anything else. Thank you. Yes, but you can make me feel really old.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Ms. Osmond?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith, if you have a closing statement, you can make it at this time.
Sure. Be easier just to look at my cell phone. Sorry, I'm hoarse. I worked all night last night in the emergency room and got dressed and came up here, so. Yes, ma'am.
B6, I think. Might be wrong, but.
Thank you.
you're right.
It's just, this was my letter to request, hopefully for my restrictions to be lifted. I've abstained from alcohol for 5 years now, or near about 5 years. I've participated in the nursing recovery program for the past 3.5 years. Some of these I've already said. Being in the nursing recovery program was a consequence of my actions, but I've used the program as a reminder to continue with the path of sobriety. Like I told you, I attend meetings at Yana Traditions multiple times a week. Sometimes I attend more than 3. I plan on continuing these meetings long into the future, probably until I die. I appreciate the opportunity. That's one thing I wanted to hit on. I do appreciate the opportunity to be able to prove to you the dedication and everything, not only to nursing, but for y'all allowing me to have the opportunity, because with a lot of jobs, you just get terminated and you know, you're done. So I do appreciate the opportunity to every one of you for actually having a second chance at this. It means a lot to me. I've done nursing ever since I got out of high school, and I don't know anything else. And like one of the previous nurses previously, I don't want to know anything else. I love helping people. It's just, I feel like it's my calling. And then with me being the alcoholic and being able to reach people on the addiction side of it too, I just think that's what I'm here for. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Osmond.
Again, we're here today on Mr. Smith's petition to lift the restrictions that were placed in his prior order with this board. He's been in the compliance program for the past 36 months, and he's successfully completed that. In deciding today whether to lift the restrictions on his license, I would respectfully request the board panel consider the following factors: severity of the actions that resulted in the restriction of the license, his conduct prior to the restrictions being implemented, his subsequent compliance with reinstatement requirements, his compliance with board orders, and lastly, I'd ask that you consider his rehabilitative efforts, his competency to practice nursing, and his ability to safely practice nursing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osmond. You approach, please. At this time, I will entertain a motion for the board panel to go into closed determination regarding these two matters.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session on license number P 323-069 and R 873-891.
Should we go into executive session for stated licensees?
Second motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now in executive session for deliberation on those two matters. We will return shortly with decisions in each. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on the record. I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I move that we return to regular session.
It has been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number P 323-069, the board panel renders the following. Revocation is stayed with drug-related recommendations to include the respondent is allowed to obtain a restricted license when respondent has met the following stipulations within 180 calendar days from the date the executive director executes this order. Compliance affidavit, conference with compliance officer, releases, support group sponsor and home group, evaluation for chemical dependency, psychiatric and psychological evaluation, $500 fine, $60 months probation, indirect supervision, employer reports, prohibited areas of practice to include any unsupervised setting, counselor treatment management team reports, AA, NA attendance calendars, drug screens, support group sponsor and home group, copies of prescriptions, quarterly reports, after a minimum of 60 months of compliance with this order, respondent will be eligible for removal of stipulations from respondent's license. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of the conclusion of these proceedings. Are there any questions? Thank you. You may be excused. Following deliberation on license number R 873891, the board panel renders the following. The license is reinstated with the restrictions lifted. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of the completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Congratulations. You may be excused.
Congratulations on this and your employee of the year.
Thank you.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Nice to meet all of you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Salzman.
All right, we have 3 cases for, they're not present, so we would like to, if it's possible, run through those and admit the exhibits into evidence and then the ASP docket.
Which three? Because I have 1, 2, 3.
So it'd be,
That was
it's just 3, Amy Miller.
Okay.
Sharia Palmer. And Bruce. The Miss Ism has an ASP on the ASP docket.
okay. Thank you.
And if you want to go in that order, we can do that as well.
I'm gonna lump them all together.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I was asking, so that I can put them all in one set of motions. So just yes, they said that I can lump them all together. On one bill.
Basically free.
Free to go?
No, you're not free.
No,
No,
you have that,
no.
yes.
Right. I'm getting offended.
I'm testing it right now.
I like that.
No, maybe she's not.
You ready, Dean?
I am. He's gonna do Miller. Are you, we're just.
We are back on the record. The next matter before the board panel, license number P 333-857. That's case number 2019-0419. Amy Miller. Council, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to introduce an evidence on exhibits B1 through B12.
All right, thank you. They are admitted.
Yeah, we met all the statutory requirements for notice. She has not contacted the board at all. And we have not heard anything, any reason for why she's not present today.
Anything further on this matter, council?
Your Honor, we'd like to rest on the file.
All right, thank you. The next matter before the board panel, license number P 270. I'm sorry,
That's okay.
P,
Do that one. Lawrence.
okay, P 270-915, case number 2021-0740. Ina Bruce. Are there any preliminary matters on this one, council?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to introduce an evidence B1 through B13.
All right, thank you, council. They are admitted.
Your Honor.
Is there anything further on this matter, council?
No, Your Honor, we would like to rest on the file. We did reach out to the respondent and notified her that her ASP was rejected the last hearing cycle and notified her of her hearing. And we've heard no contact since. She was published, all the statutory requirements were met.
Thank you, council. The next matter before the board panel, license number P 326-161, case number 2022-1091, Shaleria Palmer. Are there any preliminary matters on this one, council?
No, Your Honor, we would request that exhibits B1 through B8 be marked into evidence today.
B1, I'm sorry, council, B1 through,
B1 through B8.
all right. Thank you. They are admitted. Is there anything further on this matter, council?
Yes, I would call Rebecca Martin, Compliance Case Manager, to testify.
At this time, I ask that the witness be sworn.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Please state your name, residence, and place of employment or county of residence.
Rebecca Martin, Madison County and Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
about 2 years.
And what is your position?
I'm a compliance case manager.
And what are your duties with the board?
I monitor nurses that have discipline on their license.
And are we here today on a show cause referral from the compliance division?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this one of the orders that you monitored?
Yes.
And is Mrs. Palmer here today?
No, ma'am.
And how do you know that she's not present?
She's not at the table.
Have you heard anything from her requesting this matter be continued or requesting she be in attendance today?
No, ma'am.
If you would turn to page 6, which is exhibit B3, and identify that document, please.
That's the license verification.
For who?
So, Korea Palmer,
What's the license number?
326161,
And what's the license type?
LPN.
And what is the issue date?
The issue date is 4/11/2011.
And so why are we here today?
She failed to complete her final board order.
And if you would, please turn to what has been marked as exhibit B5, which is page 8. Identify that document, please.
This is the certified letter of the complaint.
And when was that hearing initially noticed?
January 10th, 2023.
And did she receive notice of this hearing? Do you know?
It was sent to her, but the letter was sent back.
Okay. And so tell me about the address situation with Mrs. Palmer. Explain that to the board panel.
Ms. Palmer has used several different addresses throughout her time here. Everything has actually come back, even the addresses that on all of the addresses that she has provided us.
So that includes addresses that she has on file with the board as well as addresses that she's verbally given you over the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we tried to get service of process in February by certified mail. We weren't not able to do that. So we then published, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so we initially published in Rankin County, correct?
Yes.
Because her address at the time, she had an Atlanta address and a Brandon, Mississippi address. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's that reflected in the file? Yes. And then we also published in Hines County. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because during the last 2 months, she changed her address with the board to a Hines County address. Is that also right?
Yes, ma'am.
But she has been published in both Rankin County and Hines County.
Yes.
And those affidavits are contained in the exhibits today.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could just briefly tell the board what she has failed to do in compliance with the final order.
She has she has not complied with paying the $250 fine, doing the educational courses that you guys required her to do. She also was supposed to notify me of the completion of her criminal case, and she had not done that either.
And if you would, please turn to page 12 and 13 and identify that document.
That is the affidavit of publication,
Okay, or what publishing?
the
Okay.
Clarin Ledger.
So that's in Hines County, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then if you would turn over to page 14, what is that document?
The publication, proof of publication in Rankin County.
And so that shows that she was also published in Rankin County, showing that she had a hearing today. on April the 11th, 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, is she shown today?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would ask that we be allowed to rest now on the file, that we have met all the statutory requirements for notice for today's hearing.
Before we get to that, council, just one question. Is it the licensee's responsibility to have their current address with the board?
Yes, Your Honor, percent to the rules, I believe it's maybe 1.12, I'm not sure. I'd have to get it, but yes, they have 30 days when they change residence to notify the board of their change in residence.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you may proceed.
Yeah, I have nothing further. I just wanted to allow Mrs. Martin to explain why we've published in different locations. We've had several addresses that she's given to us in the last 2 to 3 months. So we've done our best to try to reach her via certified mail and then through publication.
All right, thank you, Ms. Saltzman. Anything further on this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Are there any additional matters to come before the board panel?
Yes, Your Honor, we have the ASB docket that we request be reviewed. Would you like me just to list the license numbers or the names?
Yeah, we probably will need to have those in the record, please. Thank you.
So for Alicia Smith, LPN exam. P 329364. Terry Stringer, P 316305. Lindy Scott, 901813, nurse practitioner. Kimberly Phillips, R 856213. Sheila Holt, R 901154. Grace Holyfield, R 917755. April Ism, P 322775. Amanda Monroe, R 875425. Joanna Nelson has withdrawn her ASP. Her hearing will be tomorrow. She is not on the ASP docket. Erica Horton, 903442, nurse practitioner. Monique Groth, R 909158. Amanda Fondren, R 858548, nurse practitioner. Stacy Pryor, R 872268, nurse practitioner. Leanne Murray, R 902053, nurse practitioner. Robert Wansley, R 867280, nurse practitioner.
All right, thank you, Ms. Altman. At this time, I entertain a motion for the board to close termination for deliberation on the aforementioned ASPs in addition to the following. License number P 333857. License number P 270915. License number P 326161. Motion. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. We'll now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit for deliberation on each of the four listed matters. Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Board panel is now in executive session for deliberation on these matters and will return with decisions in each. Thank you. Back on the record. At this point, I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number P 326-161, the board panel renders the following. The license is revoked. Following deliberation on license number 270915, the board panel renders the following. The license is revoked. Following deliberation on license number P 333857, the license is not revoked. Following deliberation on license number R 856213, this ASP is approved. Following deliberation on license number P 329364, this ASP is approved. Following deliberation on license number R 917755, the ASP is rejected. Following deliberation on case number SMIT-HUWE1A, the ASP is rejected. Following deliberation on license number 902780NP, the ASP is rejected. Following deliberation on license number R 909158, the ASP is approved. Following deliberation on license number R 872268, the ASP is approved. Following deliberation on license number R 902053, the ASP is approved. Following deliberation on license number R 867280NP, the ASP is rejected. Following deliberation on license number 901813NP, the ASP is rejected. Following deliberation on license number R 901154, the ASP is rejected. Following deliberation on license number P 316305, the ASP is rejected. Following deliberation on license number P 322775, the ASP is rejected. Following deliberation on license number R 875425, the ASP is rejected. Following deliberation on license number R 858548, the ASP is rejected. Following deliberation on license number R 914808, the ASP is rejected. Is there any further business before the panel this evening? Not? That
I'm
was
sorry, what was that last number that you?
the last ASP?
Yes, please.
R 914-808.
What's that name?
Brittany Moore.
I'm sorry, did you call out 903-442?
I don't have that file number.
We don't have an Eric Horton case. You can indulge us for just a moment. Was there an ace?
We don't have.
James, is anybody on the computer? Is anybody on the? Okay, so I was just gonna say they stopped, so wait for a second, it's going to get something, so I didn't know if